Hey y'all, I'm back. Can y'all hear me okay? I want to make sure everything's working. I tested it backstage and it seemed to be okay earlier. I did something stupid, but if anyone else is covering your camera on your computer and you try to talk on it or your phone even, the mic's right next to the camera on each side. So that piece of paper and tape was messing me all up. It is so good to see y'all. Echo, Patrick, I think I saw Time. Lot Live. Yep. Good to see all of y'all. Thank you, Debs. I'm going to start out with a prayer. I watched a good friend kind of have a breakdown this morning, and I just feel that we all need it. Hi, Pamela. Good to see you. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the blessings of having each other and bringing us together. Father, we ask you to be there for the broken and struggling, for protection over the children, for all of us, for we are your children. We thank you for Jesus that gave his life for us and taught us how to love all. We thank you for all that you have provided. We ask you to please open our hearts to the things you have provided in the beauty and to see the natural resources that you have left us. Father, we ask you to please guide us as we travel this path of life. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Hi, Regina. How are you? So I know y'all been hearing all the news today. And so I'm going to just tell you good news. Auntie Well, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing okay. Thank you, Auntie Well. Ronan, good to see you. So, y'all know that we just went and found a home, and it's a mobile home, but we were talking to the salesman yesterday or the day before, and he was telling us, all of us, me, my granddaughter, my mom, that the owner of this mobile home place, he lives in a ratty little travel trailer on the property, and all the proceeds from every sale made on that lot goes towards rescuing people who have been trafficked all over the world. Like, he goes all over, and he is such a good Christian man. He's so calm, and there's so much peace that radiates from him, and you would never think it looking at him or listening to him, that he is doing something that major for people. And it, I had to share that with y'all because what a blessing he is. He's just living in a little travel trailer so that he can help others. You just saw my email. It's all right, Chuck. I know you don't see emails very often, so I sent you a text. Guess you don't look at those either. um, and and so we're gonna have a baby here any day now. If my daughter doesn't deliver by the first, they're gonna induce on the second, is what I understand. So, of course, y'all know we have ice and snow. I want to show y'all something. You're just gonna, what? Texas closes down when we get this kind of weather, and so let me just. I'm gonna have to mute to show you this, but it's crazy.
continuing our team coverage now. Overnight, Austin firefighters say they already responded to more than 90 crashes out there on the roads. KXAN's Blake Devine is joining us now live. And Blake, you've been out and about all morning long and into this afternoon. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing out there.
Well, we're in Del Valley right now, just a few miles away from the Circuit of the Americas and the airport. And we had heard multiple reports of 18-wheelers being involved in a crash on State Highway 130. While we can't confirm that based on what we see, what we did see is, head over here, you see this car that had been completely destroyed by those freezing temperatures affecting the roadways this morning. First responders were able to tow this car over along this overpass as we speak. This is not where the car crash took place, but take a look at all the damage that took place. It's currently on Elway Road. It's one of dozens of vehicles that have been destroyed from the icy roads brought about by this winter weather. Throughout the day, we've seen multiple crashes taking place on a variety of roadways, but another big thing to keep in mind is that currently on State Highway 130, we don't really see too many cars driving, which is a good sign because that's what first responders have been advising folks to pay attention to. But you can see that first responder, they're currently blocking the roadway for a frontage road, which is on the southbound part of the 130. So a lot of closures as well. Will.
Like, you've been out there again seeing wrecks in different parts of the area. What are first responders telling people if they have to drive today?
Currently, they're advising folks, if you do get in a crash or you spin out along the roadway, stay in your car. Don't try to walk around, especially in those early morning hours, which we're going to experience again tomorrow, unfortunately. It's very important to stay in your car, dial 911, and get those first responders to help you and tow your car and transport you safely rather than try to make things on your own.
All right, Blake Devine again live there here in Austin. Thank you again, Blake, and stay safe out there.
Crazy, huh? Hey, Tom. Who else did I see come in? Indy. All for his kingdom. Good to see y'all. So, yeah, it's a mess. And it's supposed to get worse tonight. So, it's been like raining all day. My car didn't have ice on it this afternoon, but it's still been raining, and the temperature has not gotten over 30 degrees. And my daughter wanted to walk to the store. She's a little crazy. And yeah, a little dent. That's the way my granddaughters looked after her little accident, and she was only going like 35. These new cars are just plastic. But so my daughter is going outside, and she says, "Do I spray the ice with cold water to make it go away?" And I said, "No, get the salt." So she got the salt, got the deck where she could walk on it, and walked to the store. And I kept telling her, "Please just be careful of the ice. I won't go out there. Not because I don't know how to drive on it, but I know nobody else knows how to drive on it. They don't slow down. They think they can just go barreling through, and that black ice will get you every time." That's why I posted that. I had seen where there was like a 90 car pileup somewhere around Austin. I think it was 90 cars, and there was one fatality that I had seen. But, and that's, I know that you people in the north are used to this all the time, and I've seen it. I've seen that news station in Austin. There's a Loop 1 or Mopac They call it both names, and it's an overpass. And those people will try to go up that overpass, and it's a pretty steep hill. And then those cars just start sliding backwards, and they're all piled there at the bottom, and they will not learn. And where I live, everything is closed. Even my doctor's office, they called me today and they were like, you know what, just forget your appointment, forget the phone call, forget all of it, and stay home. Try to come in Thursday. And I'm like, okay, we'll see what happens Thursday. The schools are closed, everything, the courthouse, all the everything is closed. Well, yeah, that's true, Tom. Um, I've had to do it a couple of times just to get home. If you just it you just got to be slow and not hit that brake and don't touch the wheel. It's just straight and slow. But yeah, I wouldn't try it. It was when I was working in Austin, driving all that way. There was a lot of times I was like, I am not going to chance it. And I had already heard on the scanner what had happened between here and there. And I'm not going to drive by people on the road covered. Not happening. I can't watch that. So anyway, and then looking around even further out than my immediate area, um, I have found some farms and some for beef, pork, turkey, chickens, eggs, and one of them sells H&H feed. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of it, but it's all natural. It doesn't have all the gunk in it, and um, it's for all the livestock, chickens up to cows, horses, whatever. And so I was pretty excited about that because we do plan to have animals when we get out there to my mama's. Hey Josh, good to see you. Eric, thank you. And one more thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to put the link because I know y'all don't want to hear just me up here all night. But tough love. And the reason I chose Bed of Roses is, hey Cindy, how are you, hon? Is because I have told my kids, no one ever promised you a bed of roses. Um, and it's not just the kids. Tough love can be for anybody, family, friends, community, YouTube community, whatever. You have to have boundaries. You have to let people know what you expect and don't expect. You have to, um, hey, Chad,
Hey,
good to see you.
yeah, I didn't even hear you. I'm sorry to interrupt your mid.
No, that's okay. Um, it's,
Tell them to cowboy up or go cry in the truck.
yeah, and, but that's it, is my girls that live with me.
Or cowgirl
I,
up, and you think,
yep, I can't afford this by myself. So they know they have to do their part. And that means financially, that means physically, that means do whatever you can to get along, because we got to get along to live here together. And it's just it's not something that just happens. You have to work at it. It doesn't just all fall into place like you think it would. It takes work, and it takes being firm, and sometimes it takes being mean, and you can still be mean in a loving way. You can still um poor
Yeah.
Indy had me up on her panel the other day, and I just felt that somebody was being too disrespectful, and I kept waiting for somebody to say something, and then I was like, well, maybe I shouldn't, and I said, oh, nope, he's done gone too far. And so I turned my mic on, and I just
Been around me too long. I'm rubbing off.
but everybody says I did it nicely. But I just told him, you're on a ladies panel, and you need to show her respect, and that includes panel and chat. And the language, whoa. And maybe that is common where he comes from, but it's not common here. And it's just not, I don't know. And so then I apologize to Indy and everybody that I've talked to so far. If any of y'all were up there, I'm sorry.
I'd
But
have been the same way, but I'm the world's worst sometimes.
well, Rescue was up there, and after a little bit, he kind of said something too. Us Texans, we can't keep our mouths shut.
Even the really nice ones, huh?
Yes, that's what I keep saying. We take our Southern hospitality for weakness. There you go, Tom. Wasn't
Yeah,
about
Tom,
a food
that's
moody.
why. Isn't he special? Or bless your heart. You know that ain't terms of endearment.
Well, now I say bless your heart a lot to people because when I see them hurt by something, I just feel that.
You know what bless your heart really means, huh? They're a dumb.
Thank you, Aniette Jack, and how are you doing?
Oh, hey, y'all, too. I ain't said nothing to anybody. Sorry about
That's okay. You're fine. Jack.
it. Yeah, Vicky's got to go to work. She goes, I don't get out in that shit. I said, you'll be all right. Just if you start sliding, just steer into it.
Just staring into it. Oh my goodness.
That's how it works. But she ain't gonna. If it's bad, if she leaves you, I'm gonna go out here in a minute and see how it is.
That's what I was going to ask you. How bad is it over there?
I seen hunks of ice on the side of the road when one picked Wyatt up earlier, but the ice hunks was coming off cars and trucks. I guess coming from Dallas. So that
Yeah,
tells us what we got to look forward to. That was also at 4 o'clock. So
yeah. And that's, I know Dallas, north of us, is getting it a lot worse, but I don't know. Where, what's your high been today?
uh,
Hi, Josh.
I think it's 36 or 38. I seen this morning when I took him in there.
Come on.
But then between here and Marshall, within 20 miles, it went from that to like 31. So
And Marshall, south of you,
it's west.
west. Yeah, because we have not gotten over 30.
Poor old David, he's up there right there on the Oklahoma line, and I know they getting hammered.
Yes. Poor David. Wish I'd hear from him. Haven't seen him in chat lately, and I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I'd seen him around earlier. That one time I said to him, I think he took offense to something I said that one day, and he hadn't been around.
Yep. I'm sitting at 28 right now.
What it says here, probably 30 something. Let's see.
Okay, Deb's got a prepping question. If I open a number 10 can of dehydrated peppers and onions, how long are they good? Do I repack and freeze or something? Well, that's a good question. I haven't bought anything dehydrated, so I don't know how to answer that.
10 pounds, put it up in Ziploc bags, about a pound or two at a time. Put it in freeze.
Oh, but so you can.
Yeah, because they're freeze dried, I'm guessing, right? Or that should
I
hold
think
up.
that's what you said. Let me. No, dehydrated.
Yeah, they're dry then. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can do that. Or if you had a vacuum, I think vacuum it back up.
Vacuum sealer.
I'd still freeze them though; it lasts a lot longer.
Yes. Yeah, just take out what you need.
Chuck.
Hey, Josh.
Hi,
Hey,
Dee.
George.
It's good to see you, hon.
Yeah,
Benjamin.
I
George.
saw your text to me, and then I looked at the email. That's the first place I went. And I go, let me see if she's on. And okay, guess what? Bonnie was on. I ain't been up too long.
Oh, yeah. We figured you were sleeping or something.
I tried to call him on the way home, and he didn't answer. Or when I got back here, and I was sitting here, and next thing I look, and it's dark.
Mm.
Vicky was snoring on the couch. The TV was muted. And that's weird. I fell asleep in the quiet. Hey, Vic.
I
Yeah.
paid my
Tom.
phone bill today. It was $141.
Goodness.
Yep. Got a new iPhone, that's why.
Goodness. I'm happy with my little old cheapo phone.
I went from an iPhone 11 all the way up to a 13 Pro.
Yeah.
And now my wife's bugging me because she wants one too.
No, I won't do it. Yeah, my son-in-law said that he got a, I don't know, Galaxy 22 or whatever, and I'm like, nope. Tom said we should be eating our preps and replacing them with fresh.
Yeah,
And
most people.
that's, I was just telling somebody that the other day because I packed everything when I put the house up for sale. That was back in April. So Lord only knows what's good in there. So I'm going to have to unpack all these boxes. I don't know if I should do it now or wait until we move. It could take till March till we get moved. And so I'm just like, you wouldn't believe the boxes.
You got them in paper boxes or totes?
Cardboard boxes.
I mean, anybody looking, I noticed today Walmart's got them totes, them big ones. They're Christmas colored, but they got them marked down to like $10 or some shit.
Hey, Kino. Yeah, if they're Christmas colors, they're trying to get rid of them. That's good to know. I may have the girls pick up some more totes. But the canned foods, I just hate to do that. So that's what I started out with, all the smaller boxes. Yeah. Hun. Okay. Daughter worrying about me. Are you okay? But I used the smaller boxes for the canned foods because I didn't want anybody to break their back while they were moving cans of food. And most of it is canned, so I don't know.
Why is it colder in your room than it is out there?
My room is colder than any other room in the house. It always has been. Walk in my closet. It's like you're walking outside. Can you turn my bedroom on, please? Thank you.
How is it in the summer? Is it hotter in there, or is it?
Actually, no. It's kind of weird. We've always thought it was haunted because it in the summer it's like the rest of the house, but in the winter it's like you're walking outside.
It
So I
must be.
have
It must be on the wind side or something.
it actually it is on the north side. So I have a clothes rack that you would like. Well, it's a straight one. It's not one a round one that you would see in a store. And so whatever type of season it is, that's where I hang my clothes. So I don't have to walk in the closet.
Huh.
Thank you, Tom. I will check that. And some things do last. I mean, sell by date. I don't know. They usually say you can go a year longer, but still, I want to.
You know, we were kids. They didn't have them dates on them. Remember?
I know. Why
Mom and
was
Dad called me. Come here and taste this. This tastes funny.
it the milk? Does this smell bad to you? No, I don't smell it. Well, taste it.
It don't taste bad, but it's chewy.
Plastic milk crates. Yeah, that'd be good. Well, what I was trying to do was hide them because I had people coming to look at my house because it's for sale, and I didn't want them to know what I was doing or think I was crazy. So,
That lady had 72 cans of sardines. You see that?
yeah, so I got them in little boxes and they're marked like bathroom, bedroom, living room. I'm not even marking them what they are because
They'll get creative. Put like Fallout Day One.
I don't want people to know what I have.
I know.
Yeah.
Anna caught that chewy milk.
Well, I had heard that, um, especially with the cans, as long as they're not dented or rusted, usually they would be good opened. Um, have a lot of canned meat, not here.
Ooh, Vicky walked in. She ain't got her pants on yet. She's wearing long johns. She's going to build a snowman.
I don't blame her. Poor Vicky.
I'm gonna get stuck in this shit. I'm getting warm.
Yes, ma'am.
You got shirts on, or is that?
No, this one.
She got one of these shirts on. Almost reminds me of Rescue. A T-shirt over a long sleeve shirt, but it's made that way.
Yeah.
I used to do that, but I can't handle a long sleeve shirt unless it's button up because the damn. I straighten my arms out and the sleeves try to go up to my elbow, and I don't like that.
I need some long johns. I send the girls for long johns and they come back with these fleece lined legging things. And I'm like, do y'all not know what long johns are really?
I want some of them red ones our grandparents wore that had the trap door, but I can't find them
Right.
for Sasquatch.
But in the guys department, Bonnie, because the women's, they're so fucking thin. You don't even, nah,
Oh, I know.
they're thick. I don't know
Do you
why they
know
think.
that I have been getting men's shirts because they're cuter. Well, okay, not cuter, but they just make more sense. And they got the waffle, the they're just thicker. I don't know. I guess they figure men are outside more and they need warmer clothes, but I've been getting a lot of men's shirts, and so it makes sense to get men's long johns too.
Yeah, I've seen the girly ones out there, and Vicky be like, "I don't want no damn ruffles on them."
Yeah, Chuck, that's the way I feel. I am so past fashion, and it's like, no, I want what works, not what's cute.
Yeah, like flannel shirts, women's flannel shirts, you could see through them.
Yes,
Yeah. Any of
they're
y'all that shop at Dollar Store out there, sorry, Bonnie V, seeing that what you said about pineapple dole. Watch Dollar Store fruit stuff and vegetables. I noticed the other day they got a lot of Asian names on them. Like I seen fruit over there from Cambodia the other day.
yes. Please be careful.
It ain't American made no more. Y'all know that.
Gee whiz, $6 for saltines.
Damn. Anything made with eggs.
Oh, Benjamin, I know how that is too. It took me um well, I had to get a loan for something else and made sure I got a little extra to just try to stock up on some because everybody had me all freaked out, scared to death. We weren't going to have no food.
Yeah, we
Well,
last week had to go borrow money and ended up going to the store and spending $300 on just getting extra groceries.
and that's it. Even though there's still food, the price jack up. I can't afford it.
Yeah, what we got didn't look like $300 3 months ago.
And
Yeah.
that's um I told y'all I'm having to eat steak to build the muscle. And so I told my granddaughter, I said, find me a steak. I didn't want a ribeye again. I don't do too well cooking a ribeye, but I said sirloin, T-bone. T-bone's my favorite. So she brought me a sirloin, same price as
I'm sure you
a
should have.
package of hamburger.
Huh.
So heck yeah, I'm gonna eat the sirloin before a hamburger.
Did you say you had a Brookshire's kind of close by?
Birchers?
Brookshire.
Berkshire
Oh,
Brothers.
Brookshires. Brookshires. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
I got a
Um,
little drawl in it when I say it.
it's about 30 miles from me.
Tell your girls if they want to catch something special between like 9 and 11, check there. They mark down their steaks and hamburger stuff a couple days ahead of time. And I'll go in there and I'll load that shit up.
See, that's our local grocer used to do a red hot special. Like, if it needed to be used that day, they would put it in the red hot. It wasn't expired, it was just
Yeah.
they had to get rid of it that day. And they haven't been doing that. I called today to order my meat. They special ground my hamburger meat out of roasts or sirloins, whatever they have.
Yeah, we got a bunch of pork chops that way the other day.
Roast. Yep.
I pork chops like that. Beef, hell, if it's even if it's not pretty pink, red, all that, that's a lot of that's Kool-Aid. Your beef don't look that way like it does in the store when you go get one butchered.
No.
Yeah. And, well, that's what I had said something to him about the last hamburger order. It's kind of white looking, and he said that's because I used this roast, and he said I don't know what it was, and he said this time I'll use a rump roast and it'll be redder, and I said, well, it doesn't matter if it's not something. I just want to make sure I'm not getting the lamb meat. That's all.
Yeah, I don't want no cricket burgers.
And that's what I was asking him. Did you change companies or did something change here?
Y'all seen how ground deer meat looks? That's how a hamburger looks. About the same color. Deer might be a little darker, but not much.
Yep.
And hell, I used to that little store they had here that Walmart, that little pilot stores they were putting out a few years back. They closed it. It was an IGA, and that girl on certain days she'd always she'd pull meat and she'd grind it all up into hamburger, and that was porterhouse, T-bones, sirloins, roast.
Yes.
And I went up there one day and she was pulling. I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "I'm fixing to make hamburger out of it." I go, "How much you charge for that?" She goes, "All of it's $1 a pound." I was like, "All right, take this part and grind it into hamburger, and this part I'll take right now." Or she goes, "I can grind it all up right now and I can have it packaged up in about 5-10 minutes." I'm like, "All right." I bought 115 pounds for $115. And it was steaks and burgers. And then after that, she goes, "Well, check with me. I live across the street from you, and I'll let you know." But every few days, she'd let me know she had it. I had the freezer full of shit like that.
Yep.
And they didn't dye their meat or none of that. It was,
That's good.
they bought their meat local, and she'd always make sure 2 or 3 days ahead of time she'd pull it. And I'm like, beef don't go bad that quick.
Hey, Keno, did I say hello to you?
I didn't either.
Um,
Who's down the bottom?
y'all want to see a sky with a tube? Deanna, she posted a short earlier, and it is there is no way I have ever in my life, and I'm old, seen a cloud that's shaped like a cylinder that goes all the way across the sky.
Oh, I've seen that video, Bonnie. That was crazy.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can find this one video, and I'm going to send it to you, and you can decide if you want to after you watch it.
yeah, she's been going out there by the ocean and showing what's going on out there. And
This is a picture I'm sending you, and here's a video if I can find it. Anybody seen Carl lately? Granted, I ain't been on much, so
Being my mom left you the other day. I was going to work and I have left you on.
yeah, he was in Dee's chat this morning.
worry about people when I don't see them. Like I worry about David. I know he probably got fed up.
Yeah, there's a new one in Facebook. If anybody uses Facebook Messenger, they've finally put it out. This has been going on for, I think I told y'all a month or two ago about it. And they'll put in Messenger that, oh no, this person died and I think you know them.
Oh yeah, that's a app.
And then it
I
says,
got one. Just don't
click-
open it.
yes, do not open it. Especially if you fall for it the first time, don't sign in, because once you do that, they can get all your information.
Yep. We were at Whataburger today, and I was on my phone, Bonnie, and it said somebody is attempting to unknown something is trying to attempt to download your files. I was like, what the hell? And there was this man when we got there. He was in the corner with a laptop. I ain't wondering if it wasn't him.
Looking around all suspicious. I pulled my phone. I said, "Damn, my damn Wi-Fi's on." Remember when I said that?
Yeah, and I turned my mobile off, my Wi-Fi off, everything.
I never turn my Wi-Fi on my phone on. I leave it off all the time because I don't want that access. But um,
Yeah, I leave my mobile on because the boys are at home and they know they can get a hold of me through Facebook.
yeah,
But if something like that pops up, I usually turn it off.
I can't find that other one I wanted to show you. I sent you a picture and a video to look at.
Man, I wish it would snow.
no,
I don't want to go to work, Bonnie.
ice is all we need not to go to work.
There's your picture, Bonnie. You can put that one up and get away with it. The last thing I sent you.
Palm breaking hearts.
I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it and send it later.
Zach. Hey, Zach.
That's not Zach, that's Josh.
Oh, hey, Josh.
Hey,
Yeah, I've had to get cards replaced because one of them was a pink. I don't know. It was some kind of animal. I can't remember what it was, and it was only $2. But that's how they do it. If this goes through, then we'll keep on hitting it, and so I had to call the bank. But um, they're also doing. They'll use your bank's name somehow. And so that's as soon as I see something like that, I call directly to the bank because um, they'll email you, they'll whatever, text you, and it's not real. There's a bunch of texts that I've been getting lately that are not real.
Yeah, did you see that picture Tom posted the other day of his dad? I thought it was him dressed up standing by an old car.
I didn't see it. I missed so many. I have been so busy with paperwork and Social Security. Oh, they make me so mad.
Going through that with Wyatt, he got rejected for disability, and they already told him it couldn't be disability. It had to go the other because he didn't have enough credits. So they're going to go the other route. And they turn around, and all of a sudden now he's told no for disability. I'm like, how can they tell him no for disability when he didn't even put in for it? They put in another route. I need to get a hold of them people. I keep forgetting through the day.
And you have to sit there for 30 minutes on hold until somebody finally talks to you. And I know it's crazy. Well, they've been working on this for months. And so I asked her today, I said, so will y'all go back to when I first filed? And she said, yes. But this is for, what do they call it? She told me that I needed to file for this. It's ex-spouse something. I don't know. So I applied for it, and or she did. She did all the stuff on it. So then they want your marriage license and your divorce decree. So I spent $40 for 2 marriage licenses because they want them all. 2 marriage licenses, 2 divorce decrees, and sent it all in. They sent it back, surprisingly, and when I talked to her today, I said, I sent this in quite a while back and I'm not hearing anything, no letters or anything. And she said, no, we need a certified copy. So more money.
Huh.
Right. So if they ask for anything, make sure it's certified to the T, because they'll they'll kick it out if it's not.
Did y'all see where our new Nancy Pelosi spokesperson over there said that he's not going to let them touch Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security funds? Whether he stands behind that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, did you see what's planned to go over to Crane?
What's what?
Planned to go over to Crane. I just think, again, I think that they are throwing all this other stuff at us to get us to look over there and forget
Yeah.
about the Crane. And I'm not going to forget about it. Just like Mad Shad's not going to forget about
What's that over there? Whoop.
Afghanistan.
Yeah, me either. That's another thing I'm holding on to. And
Yep.
it's like, okay, we could all get $1 million check in the mail. I'm like, okay, what are they trying not to get us to notice while everybody's buying stupid shit?
Yeah.
Over the last 5-6 years, especially, I've gotten so untrustworthy. Somebody bring me a birthday present. I'm like, what are you up to?
Kim, I hope you set him straight. Yes, Deb, all my exes live in Texas.
You're one of those, Kim. That was messed up.
Yeah.
What's one of those? Yeah, I had a black lady when I signed up for Social Security tell me, "You people."
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is you people?
Ronan, that's great. Oh, you want to hear something good? This is at I think it's at a Supreme Court. Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
I'm gonna check how the weather is real quick for her, so she'll be back in here in a second. So it'll be empty air here for a minute.
Yeah, I know. Well, y'all probably saw that on Wednesday. Memphis, New Yorkers. This is a meeting with their district leader, Representative Adrian. I can't say the last name. Espilot. Espilot. I don't know. Check this out.
How about we talk about how corrupt and a liar you are? 50 years in Harlem is still fucked up, right? People are slumped over on 25th Street. Guess what? They are slumped over and dying, and you are doing nothing about it. You don't speak for Adam Clayton Powell Jr. You don't speak for the American people. You are checked as corrupt. And guess what? We're on the verge of nuclear war now because of you. $100 billion for Ukraine, right? So much money for Ukraine. But what about the Harlem? This is not January 6th. It's not. And guess what?
See how they had to throw that in there?
Why don't you talk about the fact that people are dying in Harlem? I'm not going to stop unless you address
One
me.
man standing up speaking his voice, and they have to throw J6 in there.
Because of open air drug trading because of you and Schumer. How many people have died? You are responsible for the death of thousands of people here in Harlem. There's a housing crisis, a homeless crisis. You have done nothing. You are utterly useless. And guess what? Now we are on the verge of World War III with Russia. What if you start?
Okay, he's probably saying some things I'm
You
gonna get
only
in
make
trouble
things
for.
worse. And everybody's gonna end up dead.
Oh
We're
well.
on the verge of nuclear war. People, remember it. Oh, we love them anyway.
Yeah.
When are you going to
So
tell
they
the people
escorted
in
the
your
first one out. Another one stands up.
NATO on Russia? Are you going to tell your district that we're on the brink of a nuclear war with Russia? Because guess what? A nuclear war.
Anyway, that's what they keep on about. And there's like, it shows at least 3 of them, I think, just in that short little thing, going off in there. One gets escorted out, another one stands. And that's what we need to do. I don't know who the guy is. He's just a citizen of New York. And that was it was with their district rep. It seems like it was at some kind of court that was open to the public, and they just started standing up and speaking the truth. But we need to get louder, and I'm glad people are. I talk that loud, but I'm glad the ones that can are. Deanna's got that warrior spirit. She can really belt it out there. I agree. All for his kingdom. But you know, most of them don't even have the money to do that. Did y'all see the the complaints because the what do I call them? Oh, what's the proper term? Is it immigrants? I hope. Are complaining because they have to move out of the motel. Well, yeah, everyone would rather be at the Hilton than the YMCA, but the
You mean the moochers?
yeah, but it's better food here. Well, too bad. and, and so they're moving the single men to this. I don't know if it's a stadium, something where they just have cots and they're all crammed in there, and so they can put the families in the motel. And
Wow.
oh, okay, NC Dubs, no more news.
I just think they should put them on a bus and send them all back.
Maybe
Yes,
like that because she can get in trouble.
if you look on Forbes,
I didn't say anything bad.
if you look on Forbes, Greg Abbott has a speech that he did down at the border.
I didn't say anything bad, so
Did Chucka walk away for a minute? Good. Okay, here's a song for you, Deb.
Yeah. Chuck told you to see how the roads were.
Okay.
Mom's sitting there freaking out whether she can go to work or not. She says she don't want to die for them people.
Uh-huh.
I ain't dying for them heifers.
Okay, I'm gonna play a song.
You want me to mute his?
Sure.
he wasted and wounded, and it's old piano. Trying hard to capture the moment. This morning I don't know. 'Cause a bottle of vodka still lodged in my head. Some blonde gives me nightmares. Think that she's still in my bed. As I dream about movies they won't make us leave when I'm dead. With an ironclad fist, wake up, French kiss the morning. While some marching band keeps a song beat in my head while words are king. About all of the things that I long to believe about love, the truth she'll mean to me, and the truth is, baby, you're all that I need. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. For tonight I sleep on a bed of lace. I wanna be just as close as Holy Ghost is. Lay you down on a bed of roses. Well, I'm so far away. The steps that I take on my way home. Hidden threads and dimes, even each night, see through this barefoot. Still I run out of time. Oh, it's hard to get through till you get on the wire. Flash me back to you, and I just close my eyes. Whisper, baby, like love is true. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. For tonight I sleep on a bed of lace. I wanna be just as close as Holy Ghost is. Lay you down on a bed of roses. Well, this hotel bar's got always whiskey's good dry. The barkeeper swings cut. You're just giving me the eye. But I'm out of city, yeah. But I love so hard, I think I die. Now as you close your eyes, know I'll be thinking about you. While my mistress, she calls me, stand in the spotlight again. Tonight, I won't be alone. No, that don't mean I'm not lonely. I got nothing to prove, for it's you that I died a day. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. For tonight I sleep on a bed of lace. I wanna be just as close as Holy Ghost is lay you down. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. For tonight I sleep on a bed of roses. Just as close as Holy Ghost is lay you down on a bed of roses.
There you go. So I'm going to tell y'all a few things that we've been talking about, kind of planning. We'll see what happens. Dee and I were talking about maybe doing a pray-a-thon. I pray that goes through and that y'all will be there because we all need prayer right now, that's for sure. And also, we've been talking about maybe doing a raffle or not really an auction, just do y'all remember Rabbits doing the races up here? And hey, Black Watch, good to see you. Because we can put any names on those, and so we could do races with some of chat's names and give a prize, or I don't know, something. We've just been talking about it. We'll figure out all the details and then we'll let you know. We'll make sure y'all know ahead of time. It's either going to be on Chuck's channel or mine. We don't know which yet. We'll see what happens. Most likely Chuck's. And I don't even know if he knows anything about it, so I'll quit talking about that. But we just want to, we are so thankful for all of y'all that come and visit and give your opinions and help and love and prayers. And just because we sit up here and talk all the time, it's not just to hear ourselves talk. Y'all have been such a blessing to me. And so it would be nice to give back a little.
Bonnie, I gotta step away, but I'll be back.
Okay, Josh. Thank you. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Sorry, had it muted. He still ain't back yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to roll cigarettes.
Card games on StreamYard. Yeah, I don't know how we would do card games. That was just something that Rabbits had created, and I thought it was pretty cool. And then we were just thinking of ways to use it in a good way, besides just laughing at my dinosaur dragging its butt at the end. Thank you. And yeah, I have Trivial Pursuit.
It's the original. It's some tough questions, and uh, oh goodness, I have so many board games, but Real Pursuit's an easy one. I like what Peanut's doing. If y'all haven't caught Peanut, um, he's been doing the silent movies, and then after that, he'll do a game, and it's it's a sentence, and one word's left out, and you guess what the word is, and so it can get kind of naughty, but it's still fun. We need to have fun sometimes too.
Doing that.
Oh, really? Stephanie gave away essential oils. Well, that's cool. Marathon all-nighter. Um, we'll see about that. I know that there are so many people who can't sleep.
I wonder what I smell and what is that?
Rice and sausage.
So that
You hunting ones like that.
if we can sleep all a lot before that, we could possibly do that.
It's an hour and I need to get popcorn.
But y'all remember me falling asleep on Hawk's Grayathon at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
What?
Of course, Dee's 2 hours earlier, so she could fill in that me sleeping for 2 hours. Black Watch, quit getting those tomato fights. They are. I love Peanuts movies, the silent movies, and that he includes people in the chat, and he kind of surprised me because I thought you had to request or make a comment or something, but I didn't do that. And he played My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. That was pretty cool. Oh my goodness. 3 or 4 countries, and one guy did a 6-day stream. Like, all together, night and day. I can't even imagine that. That would be. If it's a backstage, I can see it because people can go to sleep and come back, and I've been in one of those too. What do you think Victor set up, Black Watch? I hadn't either, Echo, and he came to Chuck's chat the last time Chuck was live. And I was like, Victor! So maybe he's really busy, or internet issues. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay, Deb. Yeah. Yes, I could play music all night long. I'm already thinking of songs for a prayathon. Um, uh, Dee ended up playing the piano today, and she played 2 of my favorite songs. I Raise a Hallelujah and Dancing in Heaven. Is that what that's called? I hope you're dancing with the angels.
Talking about the Eric Clapton movie or new song.
No, I don't think it's Eric Clapton. I don't know who it's by, but yeah, she did a good job with the piano.
God, I look like a stoner.
And she sings good too. She just needs to sing louder. I know she's self-conscious. It's hard to get on alive and let people see you, the real you.
And oh, you heard that.
Okay, who's song?
What's up? Oops, sorry, Megan. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I know I'm a little early. I ran to check the roads and I stopped and got Vicky a Valentine big Russell Stover heart and a bag of damn Hershey Kisses.
Aw. Well, they're not damned if you're being sweet.
I could have said effing, huh?
No. You could have. Same God. Okay.
Heavy
I'll
jacket.
have to check it out later when I can get into chat. But thank you, Indy. I appreciate any song titles y'all have. It's, once they're playing, I can sing them, but remembering the titles of them is like just gone.
I can't remember titles or singers for crap. Let me hear that song and I know it.
Yeah, I can't remember the singers either.
That one you just played, I've heard that before. That's a pretty song.
That's originally done by Bon Jovi.
I like that version.
Yeah, he did a good job with it. At night when I can't sleep and there's nobody on, I watch, and I know this is horrible, but I watch the Voice or America's Got Talent. It's stuff like that, just to listen to the singers. And
Yeah, some of them singers are pretty good though.
yes, they are. And someone will sing a song that I really like, and I'm like, I remember that song. Oh, that goes with what I'm going to talk about.
I don't know, but I heard the other night at work.
Of course, Dad.
You make you some cigarettes?
Stevie Nicks came on that song Dream. I don't know who was singing it, but they ruined it. It pissed me off.
Aw.
Yeah, I still watch that Serial Killer's Got Talent.
Oh, I got money in my pocket. $1. I got $1 in my pocket.
Vicky leaving herself a tip in her coat.
One good thing about putting heavy jackets on.
Yeah, and I've been going around checking out other channels, small channels, and so I'm going to mention them to boost them up. Let's see. Last night, karaoke was at Steve. I hope I say his last name right. Harloa. And then the night before that, Creek. Oh man, what's the second word?
My stomach's doing all kinds
Hey, Deb.
Hey, everybody.
Living the dream, Deb.
I was going to ask you, Bonnie, did you know that Billy Falcon is friends with Bon Jovi? And they just did a song. And he also did a song with David Nino Rodriguez called The Warrior. Oh, my gosh.
Thank you.
It's such a good song.
I bet.
I
David
love
Nino.
Billy.
Yeah, David Nino is sitting there and he has like a cameo in it and he does part of the lyrics, but he speaks them and then repeats them.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. But yeah, he went to Bon Jovi's house and stayed there and he said there was like 70 bedrooms.
Yeah, I used to like Bon Jovi till I found out he was a hardcore Hillary supporter, and he thought,
I know. I know Billy
Yeah.
Falcon, he seems to be okay with it, but he's definitely a patriot. you know?
Well, and he also preaches the word, so maybe he's
I
doing
think
good deeds while he's there.
yeah. Yes, he did say that Bon Jovi that they prayed together. So
Yep. There's another one I went and listened to today, and usually he's just barbecuing, but today he was playing his guitar. I asked if I could share a little bit of him playing his guitar this evening, and he didn't answer me. And then it was on private. And John, if you're out there, please forgive me for asking, but it was just way cool to me. And I love to share talent, and that is Barbecue Rockstar is the name
there's
of the channel.
there's a guy who plays he does the sky, you know how like Dee took pictures of the weird sky. He'll do the sky. He's called like Gator Sky Exploration, I think. And he rips on the guitar. I mean, like his electric guitar. It's so cool.
Yeah, I love to watch um, Conspiracy Music is Friday nights, and they have, oh man, they have some awesome musicians, and they just, I
I
just keep
know.
going around visiting and chatting, and Indy has a really good show on Friday nights, and um, good panel, a lot of good conversation. What do you mean you got second billing with Kino? What? I don't know.
Well, I have a praise and I hope it stays good, but the swelling in my head went down and the freight train stopped after 8 days of meds. So I'm thinking clearly again. So I thought I'd come up and say, praise God and thank you for letting me come up.
Thank you. I like hearing praise reports. We need more praise reports.
Yeah, I'm about to stand up to principles and authorities as in my ENT. I'm gonna say, this is what I want you to do for me because I'm not going through this. I've been going through this since August, you know, and I'm like, it's just been to the point where it could be damaged and I need to know.
Thank you, Andy Abjack. Yeah, and when you watch Conspiracy Music, then you get all these other channels off of them that where they just sit and play their guitars and sing, and so I'm probably up to 800 subs now. I just keep subbing.
I had to clean up mine today. I think I got rid of about maybe 20, but I've got so many.
And that's I need to go back through because I know there's a whole bunch that I don't watch, but um,
I
then
got to say hello. You know what you can do? You can say hello to people you haven't seen in a long time by going on their channels, which I did some hellos and I missed you, you know? Oh my
yeah,
gosh, my phone's ringing. Oh, hold on.
that's what I said I do. I just go around and, but if I like it, I stay.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
Oh, nothing much. Talking about different channels and music and
You had the rest of that rice.
That thing that you were talking about, the plywood is a good idea.
The what is?
The plywood, give it
The
out.
prizes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see how that works out. We'll have to have a big discussion about that and see how we can work it all out, because it's going to take some doing.
It's gonna take a lot of work, actually.
Oh, Kim, yes, Struggle Jennings is amazing. Um, Country Rebel is a good channel, and Struggle Jennings, all the grandkids of the old timers, Hank Williams Jr. and grandkids of like, um, I think one of them grandfather was Charlie Pride and maybe Johnny Cash, and I don't know. But there's a Waylon Jennings, all the greats. Their their kids and grandkids are out there. Chris Ledoux's son, I can't remember his name. I'll get it wrong, but he does one. And there's some good singers on Country Rebel, and I can share Country Rebel music. Billy Falcon, I can't share his music. I'll get a copyright. And I really love Billy Falcon, but I actually never tried it. But I know Craig DeHunter got in trouble for playing Billy Falcon. So that's all the songs that I play. I find a cover, and they don't seem to mind that. If it's a cover done by somebody else, it's okay. So I try to find the best cover,
Close it.
not just the.
What about doing like some type of merchandise or something? Like t-shirts or a cup or something?
Some kind of what night?
Some type of merchandise, like a t-shirt or a cup.
Are you muted?
I don't understand what you're saying. Chuck, do you understand, Josh?
Merchandise.
Something about merchandising T-shirts or cups. I don't know who he's talking about doing it, but
Oh, well,
Yeah, what about something like that?
we don't have t-shirts and cups on hand.
Okay, yeah.
This is um
The Bonnie brand.
Yeah, there you go.
this is some overstock stuff. It's brand new. It's not like um old stuff. I mean, we may throw some old stuff in there, but brand new.
Because
Like,
I know different channels do it.
yeah. Sorry, Josh, I'm not all about the t-shirts and mugs and promoting my name out there all over creation.
Yeah, we get an idea.
Yeah, I'm not here to make money. I just enjoy the company and learning. And
Thank you for the gummy worms.
um,
how about a doobie that's SSC
bye, Andy.
doobie? Okay. Good night, Andy. Love ya. I don't know. Excuse me for just a sec.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, well, did they have a point earlier? You was trying to tell me that they wanted everybody to get together, or because I tried to call, I saw where Rabbit called yesterday. Tried to call him back today. My damn phone, like earlier, talking about the data was on, or not data, but the Wi-Fi was on. Something was on mute. Everything was muted. The ringer, the damn vibration was off, and everything. And I'm like, I don't put my phone like that.
Yeah, but the Dallas place said they called you twice. They didn't know.
Huh.
7 this morning, I was still asleep in the bed.
And if your phone was in here, I didn't hear it go off.
I don't know what's going on. I just went over to Verizon from Straight Talk because having so many issues and don't have any issues now, but now my phone's doing flips. I did have like 38 updates for my phone.
Wow.
I guess the Samsung updates won't come through Straight Talk. As soon as Verizon got a hold of it, it's like, oh, you're back there playing on Windows 98.
Kim, I understand that too, and you do good videos. Just keep doing that. It's actually less time and possibly easier.
Now they have something that's called YouTube Premiere, meaning that you can record stuff like this and then upload it. And as the premiere is playing, you can talk to the people in the chat room as you watch your video.
Yeah, I've seen that. A lot of people have done premieres, and
I did a couple of them.
yeah. Are you with us, Chuck?
With you.
You're being quiet.
I'm just sitting here thinking, not trying to talk over you. So. I was sitting there thinking about what Kim put. It's like, yeah, a lot of people get stage fright, afraid to talk. Once you do it, I remember when Bonnie and all them, when I first started hanging out here, I'd talk in chats, even way back when I'd go to 101. Everybody's like, come on up on the panel. Like, no. I got on, what was it? We were offline back room, and I come in back there, and it's like, you guys are like, it ain't no different than doing this, except you got however many people out there watching.
Was that with Jeff and Heather?
Yeah, we remember you guys finally got me to come up and talk.
Yep. I was the same way. It took me forever, and I was like, oh, who cares? And that's back when I was out on my deck with the camera on and
I remember.
Wind blowing.
Yeah, I thought for the longest time you lived down on the Gulf Coast down there, and now your backyard had sound like with the wind blowing, sound like you're on the ocean.
Yeah.
I remember the first panel I went up on was Rescue. I reached out to him and I said, why don't I come up on panel? And he's like, yeah, come on up. And I came on up and haven't looked back ever since.
Cool, Kim. I'll have to go back and watch that. Yeah. Shorts get a lot of views. Carl did that one with the nunchucks, and it just went crazy.
And I did that one. Didn't get really. I got like 100. That's weird, but I guess
it is, because that's something useful that you can make at home inexpensively that could save your life. But
they ain't worried about prepping, and they ain't worried about the goofy stuff. But the like stuff coming through now, they're wanting to blame everybody for stuff. So Hell, even that funny one I did in the dollar store, I figured it might do something, but somebody told me it's all in what you name it to.
Yes, title does have a lot to do with it. I just, if I hear a song I like, that's the title of the show. I'm not, I'm not gonna clickbait anybody but it fit with what I was like, because I wanted to talk about the kids and the tough love and the setting boundaries but at the same time getting out to know people. Go to your thrift stores, go to the library, go to there's so many places you can go that we have a farmer's market every Saturday, and that's a good way to meet people. Or the library puts on events all the time, and when I worked there, we had an event. I can't remember what it was called, but um, that's where I made the barn. And then we had a fashion show, and my clothes were made out of garbage bags. That sounds horrible, but I made it look ruffly and not like a garbage bag. And um, and then they had people come in and show how to make dirt and gardening. Um, I mean, there was just all kinds of things people were showing, artwork, and
Yeah, I'm changing the title to it now. I want to see what it does.
hello, sexy ridge runner. So wait, what is Kim saying? That the shorts are going to start getting what, Kim? I don't understand.
Hold on, I missed it. I was typing something in. Going to start getting what? Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, Ridge Runner, you just like that Def Leppard song. Pour some sugar on me, huh, boy?
I love that song.
I did too. I was thinking that earlier when we were talking about candy and stuff.
Back a while back, gosh, it's probably been a year. I can't remember whose show. It may have been a big hair night. Craig DeHunter was up there, and they were taking song requests out of the chat. And so I said, pour some sugar on me, and Craig embarrassed me to death with it. Oh, Bonnie wants sugar poured all over. Maybe she means honey or something. I don't know. Hi, John Dunning. It's good to see you. Deanna and I are talking about doing a pray-a-thon, John Dunning. Hope that you and Andy Well and some of the others would be there. Oh, they're going to make it where you can make money off of the shorts.
Would be nice, but I don't dwell on being monetized. So I guess that's what we got. Me and you got that mentality. Like, hell, you ain't got money. Why you got to worry about it?
Yeah. And John, we haven't set it up yet. We were just talking about needing to do one. So many people are at their breaking point. And we need a lot more Jesus, a little less me. Is that how it goes? Little less me, a lot more Jesus. I might have it backwards. I don't know. I love that song that Hawk used to play all the time. Good runner, I'm glad. Thank you. I'll talk to Brianna and see when we can work it out. The only reason I quit doing them is I thought that nobody really was interested. I couldn't get a panel, and it's hard doing it all by yourself. And
Remember, I would cheer you on in the audience, but I didn't come up on panel because I was afraid I'd say something.
yes, all for his kingdom. Yes,
You afraid to
and
talk?
that's now. I think if I could twist some arms since I'm not so shy anymore, like Eric, and offer his kingdom and John. Get some good people up here. I know, John, and I am sorry about that. I have no idea how that happened. But since I made you a mod, I don't think it can happen again. That was totally YouTube, I think. I've had a few people that I've had to mod just to be able to get them back in the chat. Amen, Lord John. Thank you. What'd you hear? My hand going in my mellow wafer box? You're not supposed to hear that, Kim.
Yeah, I was eating salted caramels and chocolate covered raisins a minute ago. That was a weird combination. I had like a handful of them and then a couple of caramels. Like, okay, I'm done. My mouth's all weirded out. Raisins and caramel don't go good together.
No, that doesn't sound very good together. Mac and cheese. I know everybody's usually eating while we are. It's like, I can't help it. These mellow wafers are just. mm. I need to save the rest for later. Excuse me a minute. Oops, Dad popped in. She must be on a lengthy phone call.
Where'd you say them sausages are?
In the air fryer.
Get one of them. That shit shut in my mouth.
Eat them.
Okay. Put it up where it didn't deafen y'all. Yeah, we've been here a long time together, haven't we? That's I was telling Dee. I know God has brought us together for some reason, and if nothing else, it's the fellowship. It's the getting to know other people and being there for each other, being there to pray for whoever needs it, and trying to boost each other up. And whenever we see one of our community people just break down crying, be there for them, lift them up, back up. They're in a bad place and they need help. And that's what we're for.
Wow. I just lost my landline and my phone shut itself off and kicked me off StreamYard. I was like, okay, bad mojo. Do you remember a guy named Bud Grower coming into your chat and KY Packer fan? Do you remember them at all? I brought them like probably within the last 30 days or so.
I remember the names.
Yeah. Well, he's fighting the system in Cali for home services, and he was let go from the hospital 16 weeks ago, and he still has had like 1 or 2 home health aid visits and 1 or 2 visits by the doctor, and they sent it. He can't get out of bed. They sent an Uber to pick him up. He can't walk. He was supposed to have medical transport, and
Good
then
night.
the doctor, yeah.
Kim, thank you.
So I'm
Sorry,
like, prayers for Bud. That's all I got to say. Prayers for Bud, because this is so overdue. I mean, he's been trying to he just literally throws up all day and he can't get out of bed. I mean, he's been bedridden for 16 weeks now. And when you think you're having a bad day, I look at somebody like him and I tell him, I said, you're my hero. You are my hero.
Thing about home health anymore, they try to push testing you and they try to push getting poked.
Yep, and they wanted him to go to a home. They wanted to take him out of there at like Social Security, like just drag him out one day. And he's just like, I'm trying to get services, you know? And I mean, sending an Uber for a bedridden guy, I was like, I've heard it all. I've heard it all.
The only thing they have less to, they just send a pickup for them. They just lay in the back.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then the Uber guy calls, I guess, corporate or something on him, you know, like, oh, he wouldn't walk to the car, you know? Well, did you think he was going to? And then the doctor's office called and said, you can come in next week. And I'm just like, oh, this is awful. So, yeah.
You can't fix stupid, Deb.
No, and California I know it's beautiful and I know there's great parts, but I just am so shocked because I come from New York. I thought, like, you know, I was like, I thought it was bad there. It's nothing.
Not all salt water affected most of them close to the big cities.
Well, you know what? I heard that New York City is only like an inch or 2 above sea level. Like, it's literally ready to sink.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, I don't even know how their infrastructure is holding up. You know, I'm surprised it hasn't cracked and fall. I mean, well, Sandy did a job on it, but I'm just surprised that it hasn't cracked off and disintegrated.
Well,
anyway,
what you're talking about is everywhere. When they came to get me in the ambulance,
yeah.
Ever since then, my doctor wants to see me more. There's an EMT that comes to my house to check on me. And it's almost like a CPS thing to see if there's
like
other abuse going on. And
like invading your privacy, right?
Yes, no privacy. And so I mean, okay, I do scream and holler when the girls leave the door unlocked. There's our Victor. We were talking about you. We called you up.
Hey, Victor, it's Radar Love.
But when the girls leave the front door unlocked, day or night, I don't care when it is, because if I don't answer the door when he knocks and I can't hear it, if I'm in my restroom or bedroom even,
Right.
he'll open the door and holler.
Are
And
you? They're not
yes,
supposed to do that.
I know. And
You bang on the door.
so that's why if I possibly can, I'm going to get rid of as many system things that
People,
I'm
yeah,
in as I can because no, it's
you're
none of
on
their business.
disability,
I
right?
feel like I need something, a doctor's help or whatever. I'll call them up and let them know, but they're not going to tell me what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and they're not going to treat my daughter and granddaughter like they're abusing me or make them feel that in any way. That just blew me away.
They're judgmental. They're judging you. And that's just, oh, I hate that. I just hate this. And you're on disability, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they have enough in our business, but God forbid, I'm glad it's not happening to me. I mean, I have a church person that's a contact if I need something, but my car's been holding up and I just don't go anywhere. I just stay home for, like 2, 3 days, 4 days, whatever at a time. And then I have to go get supplies or something. But I would freak because if somebody comes to my house, I mean, the whole hill will light up. If it's at night, it's just like my front door is a sliding glass door and there's no way to hide, you know? I
Yeah.
mean, I'm right here, so I'm
Well,
living
and
in
that's
the
the
room.
thing. If you can ride in a vehicle, do it. There was
Yeah.
no reason for the ambulance to come because
Oh,
I could have got in a vehicle
okay.
if I knew that the girls wanted me to go to the hospital. I could have got in the vehicle, but um, it was my daughter's boss had come with her here for some reason, and she's the one who called an ambulance. And I was like, why did you do
I
that? This is none of your business. My daughter only works for you. Stay out of it.
When I was caring for my mom, I had some people try to get in my business. I had a neighbor because my mom walked out, the house without actually walked out without pants on and I
Yeah.
was at Walmart, trying to get groceries and they were threatening to call, what do they call it? They don't call it CPS, but something like that. And disability or
Yeah.
not or aging and
For the
something.
elder,
Yeah, elder abuse or whatever.
aging and disability.
And I went over and I just
Yeah.
ripped her. I said, "You hear me?" I said, "You hear her yelling?" I said, "You know what I have to deal with. You've been her neighbor for a long time." And I said, "You stay out of my business."
Yep.
And then one of her friends wanted to be like all up in my business about taking care of her. And she was quite a bit younger than my mom. And she was like, "Well, I want to see her and all this." And I'm like, "She's not able to see you right now." You know, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's awful how people judge and how people think that they're doing something good and they're getting agencies involved.
Yes.
Assume
And
they're helping and they're thinking that maybe they got them tied up in the corner and beating them or something, but still, it's
Well, like, does it make them feel better? Or are they doing it out of their heart? Really, that's the question I have to ask. Are
that's
they doing it to make you feel better because you might get in trouble?
see, and that's what the EMT told me when he first started coming. He said, all I do is I come and take your vitals and make sure that you're doing okay and getting better. And hey, John, good to see you. I was talking about your guitar playing today. It was awesome. Um, but he said he would just take my vitals, make sure I was doing better. And so the next time he came, I was up and I was getting my lunch ready in the kitchen, and he's all, well, you're walking around just fine. And I said, yes, I am. And he didn't take any vitals. The last 2 times he's come, he hasn't taken any vitals. He's just coming to look at what's up. And I'm like, mm-mm.
coming to meddle in somebody's business.
So
Yeah.
how many times has he been to your house?
Um, once a week ever since December the 9th.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And he was supposed to text my granddaughter to let her know when he would be coming. Nope. We don't get any warning. It's just whenever he wants to. Just pops in.
That is so wrong.
Yep. And that's what I said. It just reminds me of CPS.
People
And
don't realize if they mind their own business, they won't have time to mind somebody else's.
yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I don't have to worry about around here is everybody minds their own business to the point of ridiculous. But people move to the mountains for that reason, you know?
Well, and if I was here alone, then I could understand it, but I'm not. So,
Right. And that's why I'm happy. Like, I lucked out and I got somebody that I can call for help if I need.
yes,
And it's not someone like that. You know what I mean?
yes.
So I'm blessed that way. But it is a case where I'm in fight or flight a lot of times. And I think a lot of people are because think
I
about it.
do. And yes, I
No,
will. Thank you.
like we got no, with the gas is so expensive to go anywhere. It costs so much to do anything. We're just trying to eat, basically. Eat,
Yes.
provide. Yeah.
And that's what I said. As long as I have food and water, I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
You see
But
a vanilla wafers on my bed, I'm okay.
yeah, I broke down and I haven't had sweets in like 2, 3 months. And I broke down and I bought 7-Up and powdered donuts.
You
Yeah,
know how we
my bane. I won't leave them alone. Them little Debbie bags or whatever.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I close it and throw it away.
Little Debbie has a snack for you. I've had to put up with that my whole life, okay?
were
And there's a movie that I don't know if Chuck's into that stuff, but there was a movie, Debbie Does Something,
Yep, I
and it was
remember.
in
yeah.
yeah, and it was in Texas. Well, I had to put up with that because I lived in Douglasville. So they were like, Debbie Does Douglasville? And I was like, shut up. But there was a Dallas, Georgia too. Believe it
Debbie
or not.
does Dunkin' Donuts.
Yep. Debbie does little Debbie snack cakes, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, when that pops up on my YouTube, you know how we always talk about when we're talking about certain things and then it shows up in your Facebook or on your phone or
What showed up?
YouTube? Well, the first thing is this dessert that's made with vanilla wafers.
It's been 30 seconds, Bonnie. Oh my
No,
God.
no, I've been talking about vanilla wafers for a while, Dan.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it happened just now. Like, this is the first time.
No. And how you can make little cakes with them when you put the frosting in the middle and stick them together.
Well, it was vanilla pudding down south, and you go to like a buffet and you would have vanilla pudding and you'd have the wafers all around the edges, and then they put them on top. That was a
Banana pudding.
Nanner
thing.
Pud.
Nanner pudding. Well, it was where I went. It was it banana pudding? No, because I don't like banana pudding.
If it was vanilla, then you got gypped. Banana pudding's the bomb.
I can't do bananas, man. The potassium kicks my butt.
Oh,
It just gives me like like I ate a whole bunch of tomato sauce or something acidy.
yeah.
Who was I talking to? I think I was talking to somebody that was allergic to mushrooms. The allergies people have.
Yeah. When the Swedes came to visit me, and we went to the Mexican restaurant, and he was like, one of them, he said, I can't have onions. And so they're trying to figure out what he can eat that doesn't have onions in it. because everything.
Welcome, John.
So I miss John playing the harp. Did you say harp?
No, he was playing a guitar,
Oh, guitar. Okay.
electric guitar. It's a Black Beauty. It is pretty, and he's
Nice.
good. And I asked him in chat if I could share a little bit of it tonight. I hope I didn't offend you, John. It's not what I wanted. I was just impressed.
I want it to stop raining. Oh my gosh, we've had 4 days since Christmas.
He was
Everything
saying,
I
he
needed
was,
outside. I need to go outside. I'm like going stir crazy. It's like being in a box, you know?
oh, I know. Yeah, I'm starting to get the cabin fever thing. But he was saying that he's going to start going to visit all these old ladies in Texas if they'll just feed him a meal, cook him a home cooked meal.
I swear there used to be more people that would do things like that. And I heard like Meals and Wheels, it used to be actually a decent thing. And
Oh, it
now
did.
I heard that it's crappy now.
Yeah, like Kraft macaroni and cheese, hot dogs, and a piece of bread now.
Are
Yeah,
you serious?
and I don't know where they make it, but so they bring it to you frozen, and it's it's horrible. You can go to HEB and get one of their fresh made little dinners like that, and it's way better.
My gosh, it's frozen. I mean, I can see, just bring sandwiches and chips or something,
They'll
soup.
bring them a loaf of bread, a pack of bologna, and a jar of mayonnaise. Probably do more for them.
There was this guy that I had to have help me when my car messed up. So I had to go to Walmart, the post office, and somewhere else when my car messed up. So he ended up taking me to Walmart, and then he goes, I know what you can do for me. And I was like, what? And he goes, I don't get paid. He goes, I have no food and I'm staying in this cabin and I'm working for this guy. And I had like extra of what I use. And so I went ahead and bought him exactly what you just said. It was cheese, bologna, bread, and he wanted a certain kind of potato chips. And one other thing, and that was it. And he was like set for days.
Wow. And
But
Y'all might think I'm crazy. One of my favorite things is a fried bologna sandwich on bread with ketchup, and I like it fried dark, like almost like hot dog burn on the grill.
crunchy, yes. It's got to be. I'm same way. And all for his kingdom. My mother used to do that to me, and luckily she let me put ketchup on it, so I would drown it in ketchup so I wouldn't taste the bean.
I
Kind of
eat ketchup
swallow the
on
bean
eggs.
whole.
And now I love butter beans. I didn't like them as a kid either. Succotash. I thought that was nasty. I don't know what it is, but I ain't sucking up that.
We used to make, Chuck, try this one time, fried bologna sandwich with lettuce and mayo on toast. It's freaking phenomenal if you love bologna. And my ex-husband I used to have to do the spam. Oh my God. He'd take the spam to lunch. He would take the bologna to lunch. And that was it.
Yep.
What you're talking about is kind of like almost like a BLT.
Yeah, but there's something about the crisp lettuce, the mayo with the fried bologna. You can add cheese if you want, and on toast, it's just like, it's killer bad. You should try it.
It feels like you're eating something more with substance because it crunches.
Yeah, it's like when you go get a burger or something, and that's something that I do miss. I mean, I used to eat
Oh,
fast
yeah.
food and I didn't even care and I didn't know. And now I know and I care.
Those meatloaf sandwiches, dog, but it's got to be warm for me. I like it warm with ketchup or Miracle Whip. Nothing
Oh, I
else.
can eat meatloaf cold sandwiches. That's okay.
Biggie
Well,
does that. Cold chicken, cold pizza. I'm like,
when I'd go to work, I would heat it before I went to work. So when I by the time it was lunchtime, it wasn't hot.
Did you
So
wrap it in foil?
I just put it in a Tupperware thing, one of those divided.
I
That's a
think
good
it's something to
idea.
do with me, all the fat's all clumped up in it and stuff, and I don't like that.
I got a question for Chuck and Chat. Have
I
y'all
like
ever eaten pickled pig's feet? Who's eaten
Yeah,
pickled pig's
no,
feet? Oh,
yeah. Mom used to make them, and there's that and souse meat, and
she made them?
yep,
My grandma made head cheese. I don't know if you know what that is,
that same thing
but
as souse meat, but it's got more flavor. Souse meat is head cheese without a seasoning in it. It's kind of like boiled, clumpy, slimy, jello-y.
gelatin. Yeah, gelatin. Oh,
That's like that's
oh
disgusting.
yuck, like potted meat.
not the potted meat looks good compared to this.
Vienna sausages. Ugh.
I've
Olive
ate it
loaf
all. I don't
too.
like. I never could like potted meat, but I like that
Vienna weenies, whatever they're called.
deviled ham. You guys ever seen that? The little can that's got the paper around it.
No.
Yeah.
I like the deviled chicken. I don't like none of the rest of them.
I don't even think I've ever had. I've seen it, but I've never bought it. Like never even bought it.
It's like finely minced whatever meat it says is on it, but the chicken to me is all right because it's almost like chicken salad, but it don't have mayo in it.
Well, y'all watch your tuna, because I've had two people.
I don't
I
eat
think I
tuna.
told Bonnie about the bumblebee, but I opened up a Clover Valley Dollar General brand, and what was in there was a lot more than just what was supposed to be. And so if
What?
you get those packets, it's supposed to be albacore, and it's like nasty
Oh, the
fish, tuna fish.
and it's in a little pouch thing.
Yeah. Yep. And it's supposed to be like the best, you know? And it used to
Right.
be.
I don't eat tuna.
I'm
I
not
like
eating.
I
I
like
don't
it straight
anymore.
out of the can. I mash the water oil out of it. I usually my favorite ones to eat out of the can are like $3 or $4 a can. That was 2 years ago, and Vicky's like, I ain't buying you that expensive shit.
Goodness.
That is the thing, is the food. I don't know what happened because I just bought groceries, some groceries like 4 days ago. And I went into Dollar General and I looked and they were stocked. I mean, they were not out of a bunch of stuff, but I looked at the prices and I was like, did something just happen? Because
Anything that's had eggs in it, or they use eggs in making it, they doubled almost.
you know what I cheated and did? I bought egg whites. Do you know the egg whites in the carton? I
Yeah.
go, I go, they're clear. I go, I can see. I go, I can cook them. And then they're actually really good. And they were cheaper than buying eggs.
Why would you get just egg whites?
I
Just
remember
to be
Dad had
able
his
to,
heart surgery, and the mom bought them for him because they said the yolks were too much for him after heart surgery.
Really?
I'm trying to kind of be healthy and I have to have like like protein for 'em, you know?
There's no protein in the white, hon.
Well, whatever it is, it'll give me some calories or something.
Okay. There's biotin in it.
Yeah, we're supposed to. Even the hospitals do it when they're trying to get you back to eating whole food. The first thing they give you is eggs, and that's because there's so much in them. You can live off just eggs.
Yes. But it's got to be the whole egg. The
But
biotin counteracts the yolk that's supposed to have the cholesterol, so it doesn't. Eggs are good for you.
I know, but me and Bear got E. coli from eggs in New York, and I've eaten eggs since then. Yes, I have. But I just have been so not wanting to get sick on anything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
don't want any stomach problems whatsoever. And it's so far I'm good. And I may have gained like 3 or 4 pounds. But that was like before this last time. I'm like you. I had like second time down, you know?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I went through it too, and then Bonnie got sick, and I was like, "Damn, we must have caught it from talking over the internet."
Yeah, y'all had it for like your family had it for like a month.
Yep, and then Bonnie had it for about a month.
Yeah.
It was about a month.
I went through 3 antibiotics, so we're talking Not well, drops and a regular, and then the whole thing took about a month for me too. And so, yeah, to come out.
Wow,
But
I guess Shirley from Laverne and Shirley died, huh?
Yeah, I heard
oh no,
75, wasn't she?
Yeah, I didn't see what it was. Vicky's got TV land on here, and it just flashed across the screen.
Yeah.
that's pretty young, isn't it?
Well, not
They were
really.
they were
I
kind of
make it,
young.
I make it to 75. I'll be.
Shoot.
Not if, not if they've had needles poked in them.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yes, definitely. I don't know. I know that the other one, Valerie Harper,
Yeah.
I believe she passed, and she was very pro.
Wasn't she wanting the Maud or one of them old shows? Not Maud, but
Yeah, Mary Tyler Moore.
yeah,
She was Rhoda Morgenstern, I think.
yeah, Rhoda too. She had that show come after that Rhoda. That's right.
Yep.
You would think it would be the other one because I remember when she was pretty heavy into drugs and stuff. I don't know.
Hell,
See,
I'm surprised Jane Fonda's still around.
oh, she's probably. I mean, I saw something the other day because I had to deal with Ted Turner one time. I was working for a magazine and I was eating in the stadium club for where the Braves, stadium club. And he was in the corner with this 21-year-old guy, and he had been drinking like a fish. And he was like, you know how he has that voice? He was like, wah, 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 in the corner. And I'm like going up to the salad bar, and Hank Aaron's next to me. And I'm just looking at Ted Turner like, man, you're just ruining my moment right now. But yeah, I was standing at the salad bar with Hank Aaron, and I was in kind of awe.
Bonnie, do you see we got a border czar now?
Yes. Do you know who Cindy Williams is?
Yes.
Yeah, Laverne and Shirley.
Oh, okay. Yes, I saw that we have a border czar, and I saw them put a panel of the fence up.
Why they have to make it sound Russian? Why do they call it just a border supervisor?
Why is it a czar? I've never heard that in the United States.
That sounds so Russian.
No, we've had different czars. Probably to appease up there, and I don't know. I'm sure that there's going to be some retaliation, but another lawsuit is in the workings, so he's just going to keep suing him, and he keeps winning, and it's all good. No, it's not.
Take away
I don't know. I've been seeing camel toe rumors. Has anyone else?
No,
yes,
but
in February she's supposed to take over. What I've seen.
oh no,
Yeah. No.
That's
Take
the thing I'm seeing.
As president, or
Yep.
Because she's failed at the border.
I believe they have to vote, Chuck. I believe that they have to have, or they go to the next one down.
Yeah, but you notice here lately they're somehow processing things without anything going on. Like,
oh yeah. Like, oh, laws, what are they? Oh, you follow those. We don't.
Okay, D-Dog, what's a federal posting?
A czar to me sounds like Egyptian or Indian or I don't know, something from another country, not really Russian.
It had to do a lot of czars back then were leaders of the Communist Party. It's just different countries. They got a czar over Poland, and that's kind of like
the Caesarian kind of thing, different names for different, yeah.
Well, I think that's what they called her over the border, but
didn't. I don't know. They have so many committees up there and stuff. I can't keep up with it all. Oh, czar is a federal posting. So
I don't even know how it's spelled.
that is not good.
CZAR or TSAR.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like ZAHR or something like that.
Yeah, Tom said Russian leaders from way back pre-communism were called czars.
Yeah.
It almost sounds biblical, doesn't it? That would be some name of some leaders.
Well,
it makes me think of a appointed leader or a leader that made it in there that stays there.
Yeah, dies in there. Yep.
More emails. I'm going to keep on until he just gets.
Hey, Roddy.
He's going to run over me with his wheelchair.
Oh, man.
It's a walker.
And it's not just him either. No, it's a wheelchair. And I send them to him, Chipperoy, Paxton.
I shortened my name and it went through. Do you guys see that out there?
Texas back.
Yep.
Call you what Mama used to call you, Chuckles.
No.
Hey, Ronnie. Good to see you.
Tennessee Ridge Runner. Texas Juck.
I don't know. We just need to
buckle up.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I saw the pictures. I saw the pictures today of the comet, and then I saw the pictures of what was happening with the I don't know what it's called, but the magnetic, where it looks like a fireball, and then it comes back. It's like pushing on the Earth's magnetic field and then letting back, and I forgot what it's called, but I was looking at that today and I was going, no wonder people are feeling off.
Yep.
Everything's being messed with.
Yeah.
They took some info down, obviously they always do. They took some info where you couldn't get to it unless you had special clearance or something.
I was talking to someone today, and it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were showing me the moon up, and I was like, that's not normal, is it? Or is it where you are? Is that normal? No.
Did I tell you that I was talking to my friend last night and I said, look at the moon. It had a red circle and a green circle and then a blue circle around it. And then it was still. And then there was a white sort of like white fog that you could see in the dark. It was really weird. And then when the wind started blowing, the moon became normal and it was just a dark blue sky with the moon. And I was like, man, this is weird. But we do have a full moon coming, just to let everybody know, to help everything out. We have one coming on the 5th. Because that's when insomniacs even stay up later or longer. Camo will be doing 48 hours. I'll probably be doing 48 hours. I don't even know when the full moons come usually, and I just automatically stay up. How far are you above sea level, Bonnie?
Like 1,300.
Okay, you're pretty high up.
I'm not even sure what we are here, but I'll look real quick.
The only reason I checked it was for canning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make a difference. Have you been doing your casseroles? Is that what you're eating?
Me?
Yeah.
Not so much lately. I've been roast and steak and
Yes, the comet, Tom, is actually coming the closest, and it's still real far away, but it's coming the closest it has to Earth. And there's a guy named Brian Knight, spelled like knight in shining armor, and he's got great stuff. And then the other one is like all world weather news or something like that. And it's just a guy that, shows it's just really interesting. Tim's got me interested in that stuff.
I seen where that comet was real close to the sun the other day.
Yeah, it was showing what it can do, and the pictures are really wild that they have of it, and it's almost like the Earth has got a bubble around it, and the magnetic field around the Earth, because the problem, I guess, people were saying that the poles shifted, and they were saying that we were going in a different direction, like east was going to become west, and the sun was going to, and this guy's like, no, 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 no. He goes, all these people, he goes, are wrong. He goes, the crust has changed. And that can affect, I guess, when you have something solar happening, it can affect the crust somehow. And he goes, what we're doing is, he goes, we're slowing down. He goes, like the spinning is slowing down. And I was like, this is wild. But it comes into the bubble of the Earth, and it kind of shocks it. And what you see coming out the back is supposed to be clear and blue, and what it's been having in it is red and green. So it's like we're absorbing that extra, if it's radiation or whatever they call it, we are absorbing that into our atmosphere. Like it's banging us. It's not a CME or anything, but it's a magnetic force thing of the Earth. And that's why I think a lot of us are feeling so weird.
It says here 174 feet.
That's it?
Or 381. I'm looking at Shreveport.
Yeah, that's not much, Chuck.
And that's
Head to the mountains. I'm kidding.
How can you be lower than me?
I don't know.
By that much.
That's a lot.
Let me click on right here. 302 feet. It's, I guess, Shreveport because of the river coming through. That's what I clicked at first.
Oh.
I think I came from 800. I was 800 feet above where the lake that I lived at. So I over doubled. I'm at about 1900. And I feel different up here. It really does. I mean, in the beginning, the air was so clean and everything was so nice, and we had growing and we had everything. And then all of a sudden, I had first time ever living with no planes. I was so happy, not to be in a flight path. And it's been a 2.5 year flight path.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bonnie, San Marcos is 591 feet. I don't know which area. I forget where you said to say it is.
Did I tell you Miami that they spend $60 billion a year getting water off the street? I bet they're about 6 inches above sea level.
Yeah, if the pumps go out, the power goes out like it did here last year, it would have wiped Florida out.
That's what I'm saying. Their infrastructure of these places are so old, and they just, like that gypsum leak they had, and that one old, it was an old, where they processed water, septic, water, and they hadn't used it in like 25 years. Well, it started leaking. I think the liner started leaking or something. So they go ahead and they empty it, and they throw it in Tampa Bay and into the ocean.
Well, you guys seen back in the early 2000s when down in New Orleans when the levees were popped, the water, when you walk up on them levees when they were right, the water was probably 3-4 feet above the street on the other side of the levee.
I remember the pictures. That was so sad.
And when the water flooded in, the power went out, and they shut the pumps down, then the water really rose.
But I don't understand, unless you're poor and you can't move out of there. I don't understand why people they stay and get wiped out and get wiped out and get wiped out unless you can't leave.
Going back. I'm 1,198 feet.
Oh, okay.
You're in a mountain area. I'm in a hilly area, but it's only 300 something feet.
Yeah, we got hills, nice hills.
Yeah, they call them if they're not a mountain, like big enough to be a mountain, I think they call it begins with a B. Uh
To me, it looks like a mountain, but
yeah, because I had
all
them around the lake. Like I lived at a lake, but it was surrounded by mountains. So when we had a storm, it was a 4 mile lake, and it would go around like 2 or 3 times the storm, and it was like we had our own weather system. It was weird.
Bonnie, that explains kind of like, well, you've heard us say we got a lot of red clay around here. You got rocks. So you're in mountainous area and we're in valley sort of area, I guess.
yeah,
A drummel. That's what it's called. It's called a drummel if it's not a mountain.
a
And
drummer.
not a tool either. Not a drummel tool. A drummel.
I live in Drummel country with the Germans.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Germans. They settled from Fredericksburg over to New Braunfels, and New Braunfels is like 5 minutes from San Marcos. All through that area.
And you're west of there, right?
Yes.
That's what I thought. You're in the, if you look on the map, the interstate going from Austin to San Antonio borders that mountainous area and you're in it.
No, I'm west of that.
That's what I'm saying. You're west of that highway that, and it's
Yeah.
all mountainous. There's like one side of the highway elevation map, it's all green and stuff. And then you look at the west side, it's all brownish, tannish.
And if you look, if you're looking at that map between, do you see Wimberley?
Hold on, let me back out. That's which direction of San Marcos?
West.
Well, good ways or close?
It's pretty close. It's like 10 minutes.
Let's see.
15 minutes, something like that. So between San Marcos and Wimberley, there's this part, it's called Devil's Backbone. And when you're up there looking down into those valleys, it's like hundreds of feet. It's so, I guess they would consider that mountainous. I don't know.
I'm looking, I see Big Head Mountain, Tower Hill, Starts Hill, the name in the.
But I don't ever hear them saying anything mountainous here. And Kerrville has a whole different landscape, and it's like red cliffs. I don't know what you call it. And it's really cool looking too.
I'll throw the link out in chat and I'll put it in private if you want to look what I'm looking at.
Okay. The landscape within 100 miles of me is so changing. It's unreal. No matter which direction you go in, it's just like completely changes.
Let's see, I'm looking again at a different map.
Hey, Bonnie, I'm going to hop down. I got to work tomorrow.
All right, Josh. I'm glad you came up.
See you later, Josh.
Catch
Good to see
everybody
you,
later.
Josh.
Good night, guys.
And bless you. You take care.
You too.
Good night.
Good night.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm still looking for Wembley and I'm not finding it.
It's a little speck. It probably wouldn't be on there.
Is it off close to 46?
46. Oh, no. Not that. Well, no. 30. No, 32 doesn't go to it either. Well, I don't know what the highway is.
I can tell you what I can see around here. I see 46, 337, FM 1863, 311. That's 46. Then 2722,
You don't see 32?
32. I may be off where I'm looking compared to where you're saying. Let's see.
32 comes out of San Marcos. And that's what that Devil's Backbone is on.
All right, yeah, I was looking at New Brownfields. Probably why I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. And then Wimberley is a little north. Well, it's west of San Marcos, but a little north. Teeny tiny bit.
Oh, I see 32. 12 turns into it.
Yes. 12 goes through Wimberley, I think. And then it goes into, is it Dripping Springs?
There it is, up by Wood Creek, Clapton's Crossing.
Yes. Wood Creek is where they filmed that movie Piranhas. And to the other side of 32 is Purgatory Road. And that's where they filmed, oh man, what was the name of that? Race with the Devil. I think it had Burt Reynolds, and they were in an RV, and they had satanic people chasing them. And it wouldn't surprise me if they really did around there. There's a reason that that's called Devil's Backbone, and that road right there is Purgatory Road. So,
Yeah, that sounds like a nice area. It's kind of weird, huh?
Yeah.
That's like the stuff with Waco, but I've heard it's between Waco and San Antonio, more like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and all that. That stuff's real.
Yes, in Chainsaw 2, in a motel in my hometown, they used one of the old motels to film part of that.
Yeah, all that down there, the old German settlement shit.
Yeah.
The only thing I had was, I don't know if y'all remember the movie Tank. It was filmed, oh my gosh, the guy, I can't think of his name, but anyway, it was filmed down about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes from where I used to live in Georgia. And then Kenny Rogers filmed Six Pack at a little dirt track behind my house. It was like, I literally could hear him racing every night at my house. It would echo. And yeah, so he did the movie Six Pack back there. But there's a lot of famous movies, that like based on like Macon County Line. I mean, they're based on true stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. And they've done a whole lot of movies all around in this area. And
well, Texas is huge. I mean, it's just huge. I've been to 4 parts of it.
don't go to Houston.
No, don't go to Houston. No, that's not the right song. But no, I've been to Dallas, Galveston, Houston, and what's the other?
San
What's
Antonio.
really close to Mexico?
Oh, El Paso.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Back in the day.
The past.
That's El Paso. The past.
That's what I keep getting mixed up. El Paso and Eagle Pass. I don't know why I get those two mixed up.
Eagle Pass is Texas too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the roaming prepper. I was talking to him earlier today. He was on. He was getting all that bad ice sleet stuff over there, but he's on the west side of Dallas, over close to New Mexico, off of 20.
Well, Texas, that live, I wanted to tell Chuck that live storm media, they were showing Dallas, Fort Worth, the one Bonnie showed, and then they were showing also Memphis. They were iced over. They had people sliding and being towed. And I just talked to somebody in Kentucky, and they had a sheet of ice that was about like a half an inch thick this morning. And here we go again. But Florida's supposed to stay warm
Yeah.
through the whole thing.
Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
Yeah, they were saying they didn't have any snow out there, but everything was ice, flooded ice. They said your yards look like a frozen lake.
Yeah, and I mean, it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I've got winter warnings popping up on my computer and my phone now.
And someplace has tornadoes. Is it Alabama and Alabama, Louisiana area? They've got it's Ryan Hall, y'all, is the one that would
Yep.
have that kind of weather. Yeah.
He wasn't. I went and looked at him today, and like he hasn't been on since the 24th or something.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, what's up with that?
Yeah, he's always on, and maybe he's sick or on vacation, or I don't know.
Maybe.
Because he's got weather stations that use his storm chaser videos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he shares with everybody. He's just, a nice guy.
Yeah, I was using him back when I was doing the hurricanes in Florida. A bunch of people that went to his channel was coming to mine saying something. I said, I'm sending him props. I said, I'm not making nothing off of doing this.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, he's in Elgin. That's on the other side of Austin.
Yeah.
I have a shirt, tie-dye shirt that's about 10 years old that says, keep Austin weird.
Yes. And there's a town west of Austin. What is it called? Spicewood, I think. And their shirts say just west of weird.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. Oh gosh, that's what we should do. One thing that we should do, here's an idea. We should do a massive shirt printing for our little family here so that we have a remembrance of each other forever. Like I'll get t-shirts or something.
I know what Mike's going to say.
How about Patriot Posse?
Oh,
I was thinking the new YouTube Nut Posse.
Yeah. Let's call it we could call it the Nut House or Straight from the Nut House.
No, Peanut's got that.
Yeah, that's right. We can't steal anything.
Conspiracy Theorists International or something.
Yeah, because I mean, it would be like a Hands Across America, but it'd be like T-shirts across America.
Mm-hmm.
And we could get one supplier.
We've talked about doing that. I remember when Zach was talking about doing that, and he was going to have T-shirts made, and I kept asking about the T-shirts and never got
it fizzled. The whole thing fizzled, but it was really cool.
Yeah, he had a really good idea going there, and I was ready for a T-shirt.
Well, probably if you do it like one color, like if we all pick a color and we put just one kind of writing, like white writing on it, we probably can get them for like $10 each, and everybody would be able to afford one. And then if you wanted to throw in an extra $5 for somebody that couldn't afford one, you'd pay $15, and then it would just be like a big thing. And we could have all of our families, this family could have a memento that lasts forever.
Okay, so then the next question would be, who do we trust to do that?
Bonnie.
Take
Bonnie.
the money and have the t-shirts made.
Bonnie. And we'll find a supplier in Texas.
We survived the pandemic.
Yeah. There you go. I got one that says survive the great toilet paper shortage of 2020. It's a pink one with black writing.
That's my granddaughter graduated 2020, and all the graduation shirts, the zero on the 2020 was a roll of toilet paper.
Bonnie, your elevation too has probably a difference with your temperature from here and there.
Yeah.
I'm looking right now. I'm in the outer edge. You guys are sort of, depending where exactly you are, in a purplish blue. Then it gets like a pale blue, and I'm right in the edge of the one after the pale blue.
It's pretty cool because above me, like Bonnie, I can look up above me and it looks like I'm on the ground and I'm looking at the top of a mountain.
Yeah.
And there's somebody up there, which has to be 1,000 plus, 1,000 to 1,200 feet above me because I have these skylights and I can look out the corner and it looks like just a red light way off in the distance. So, like, I'm in the middle of the elevation. And then the Appalachian Highway is almost level with me. So it's like divvied out. And so you go like right through the mountains of Tennessee and North Carolina on that one road. It goes 563 miles. But it's beautiful, like the Chattahoochee not Chattahoochee. What am I talking about? Cherokee National Forest and the Nantala National Forest.
Rich Runner's coming up with all these t-shirts.
I just think it would be, but it would be our group. So it would be somebody like you or somebody like Chuck. And it's like, who can we trust? Well, you know what? We better be able to trust one of us to do this. We would probably take bullets for each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I trust a lot and then trust few, but I trust a lot of people, and I know through this, and that's about the extent. But it's been so many that we have trusted in the last year, and look where it went.
Yeah, but you know what? The wheat and the chaff, they're separated now.
Yep.
Where is Skyline Drive?
Sounds like a movie or a song.
No, I've heard of it.
Is that a Doors song? Skyline Drive?
I think it's a movie.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm looking.
Complete guide to driving this 105-mile scenic stretch, Shenandoah Park.
Oh, yep.
Virginia.
Oh, that's almost heaven, West Virginia, Shenandoah Mountains. Yep, that was John Denver.
That's like Route 66. That's another kind of thing like that.
Where
I
is
was wanting to go there.
Where is that?
What? 66?
Yeah, what state?
It runs from California to California to, I think, Chicago or something like that. It runs through Missouri, and let's see, I'll tell you exactly where.
Did y'all hear that they were going to de-staff the national parks and take the park rangers out of them and stuff?
No, my ex-husband won't be happy.
I heard that on the East Coast that they were cutting budgets and they were cutting people's jobs.
I'm sure I would have gotten a phone call about that.
Where is he at? You're West Coast or East Coast?
What?
Whoever you're talking about.
My ex-husband?
Yeah.
He's not
there.
on the coast. He's west of me.
Okay. because I was going to say that I think this might be East Coast only. We have a lot of things going on here. I mean, it's like it is kind of two different worlds a little bit. The East Coast and the West Coast. I mean, we have a lot of the same stuff going on, but like we have a ton of military off the coast right now, like a ton.
Well, I was told if things are really bad, maybe
That's
get
where
to
they
the
come.
East Coast and not the West Coast.
No, it's the ports. We have ports on 4 sides of this country, on like the tips of the country. And when you are in war, guarding the ports is number 1, because that's the first place they go after, because they want, obviously supplies and all that stuff. To go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just
2,400 miles, Bonnie, starts Chicago and ends in Los Angeles.
Wow.
Dang.
2,400 miles. That's like New York to California. That's about how many miles it is.
Yeah.
They got a train.
This road winds and curves, and a lot of people come over here from other countries just to ride it on motorcycles.
Well, there's supposed to be a train that goes from California to New York too, and there was something about it being closed, I heard, or something. There was some problem with it, but it's supposed to go it takes like 4 days to get there.
They were going to do that from Dallas to Houston. I think it was a 4-hour trip.
That's what they do, like in France to England to
or something like that. But people wouldn't give up their land. I don't blame them.
Oh, yep.
And then, so D-Dog said that federal parks are unconstitutional land grabs. So what if it was, okay, where my ex-husband works was an ex-president, and his family owned the ranch, and they left it to the National Park Service. There's a state park on one side of the road, and then it's a national park on the other side of the road. But Ladybird actually kept 1,000 acres of it in the back for her grandkids, and there's a huge fight over that. I don't
Just
know.
1,000? That's all?
I think so.
Oh my God, I'm kidding.
It's huge. It is gigantic, this ranch.
I used to watch, I gotta tell you, back in the 80s, I used to watch all of those shows. I think that was it something like the Corbetts or the something that came off of Dallas, there was like 3 or 4 shows there. And I had been to Dallas when I was so young. My brother lived there when I was like 12 or 14, whatever. And
Yes.
I just remember going on this road in Dallas, and it started out as a 4-lane highway, and I never took a turn, and it ended up being a dirt road. And then we went to Love Field, which I don't know if they have Love Field anymore, but we went there, and I went like skating. And I really like Dallas. I mean, my brother had a train going through his backyard like Chuck does. But other than that, I was enthralled with Texas because they wore the 10-gallon hats and everything. And I was just so young,
See, that's the thing about Dallas. Okay, there are some real cowboys there, but did you notice how different their voice is from mine? How much more?
Yes. They are like big personality people.
But they also overdo the accent. Like,
yeah, I know. They do that down south too, some of them.
And I
They
thought,
go
that's
they go to
really
Broad.
weird.
I don't even know what y'all call mine.
No, you're fine. You're more of a combo. You've got the strength of like Dallas, but you don't have your accent is real. And like they send people in Georgia, they send people to school to learn how not to talk like a Southerner on the news.
Yes, if they're going to be on the radio or a newscaster, they have to lose their accent.
Yep.
And you'd think that'd make the locals not trust them. Say, oh, we got a Yankee boy in here trying to tell us what to do.
I think it was so they could interchange all of their little pawns. Now that we know so much about them, I think it was so that they were interchangeable and they could put, the bubble-headed bleach blonde on,
Yeah,
one station in Texas or put her in New York. It didn't
they
matter.
all sound the same, so they could do the little mockingbird thing.
Yep.
If any act is unconstitutional, it's null and void. Mayberry versus Madison. Mayberry. So that's I think that's what we need to learn with the Constitution. It's all or nothing. If you give them an inch, they're going to take it all. Not a mile, all. And hey, Joseph.
Yeah, I know people that were forced bought out of their houses, like they happened to be a victim of being in the middle of something. And there was this one little place called Ann's Footlong Hot Dogs, and it was in Baltimore or in part of Maryland. And they had everything was built like a shopping mall, and everything was built around it. And that family, still to this day, after like 75 years, would not sell out. And they offered them the biggest, it's only a tiny little place,
It doesn't matter. It started with the railroads, remember?
Yeah.
Well, it started longer than that with the Indians, but still, with the taking people's houses and land grabs and stuff started with the railroads, and that's why people hated the railroads so much.
And now we're
The
back
only
to more bead work, but this instead of our beads now is fentanyl.
Yeah.
the only reason I call it a national park is because I've only been awake for about a few years. I just
Same
call
here.
I call them national parks. I actually started waking up with oh blah blah when I started asking, like, okay, we threw our TVs out. Okay, now we threw the light bulbs out. Okay, now what's next? Oh blah blah tires? Oh blah blah cars? Oh blah blah what? Because I just, it cut off so many people from cable. They took the digital signal and they made it so weak so that you had to have a box with every single. So you got these little old ladies, say in a mountainous area or something, and they have to get $7 a month or $5 a month for a box just to be able to get regular TV stations. And that's when I just started going, all right, something's wrong.
This is
I
good.
with Pappy Bush in like '93, and I started digging. You guys remember the speech when he's big, the New World Order.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well,
Then 9/11 happened, and I really got my eyes wide shut.
Yeah,
states
that was.
participation.
I lost my business that day, and I'll never forget us standing because my neighbor that had the shop next to me, her son was in the city that day, and she was freaking out, and we were all just standing there. We were all in shock. Nobody wanted to buy dog biscuits. Nobody wanted to go grocery shopping at that point. And so that was the day that my business went belly up. So I have a special kind of anger now, even more about the whole thing.
What was that? 9/11?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I had to go belly up and I had a nice little dog bakery, and I was in a nice upscale part of town, and I just was so devastated by the whole thing. I just quit. I wasn't I couldn't do anything. I mean, I didn't bake any biscuits. I like had to shut it down, and that was the biggest rocking of my world, even above Vietnam. Living during that time.
I
But
was taking a nap on the couch, and my son came in. Mom, turn the TV on. And I turned it on, and I was like, oh my dear God, why did you
shock.
tell me to turn this on?
Yeah, I mean, shock and horror, and I've never felt so
Yes,
many emotions at one time. And that changed. I mean, from then on, we had TSA, and we had everything changed for us that day.
yeah. So it's the states regained their sovereignty, sovereignty.
Yeah.
The parks will crash.
Okay, because we have our convention of states, and I'm not going to claim to know anything about it because I went to a couple meetings and I got sick before I got to get into it. But I do know that at one point, North Carolina was really involved in, I believe it was getting the original, the original colonies or whatever you want to call it, back,
Yes.
like the republic back. And then you all wanted to secede. Somebody else wanted to secede, the two states next to you, right?
I was
So,
just talking to somebody about that today, and I don't think either state beside us would do it.
okay.
Not, we got Louisiana and New Mexico. Neither one of them would do that. But I could
Oklahoma,
see,
was that one that was wanted to,
I
somebody
could
wanted to,
see Oklahoma, possibly Kansas, Missouri, straight up.
Oklahoma is okay.
And but so I was talking to somebody about that seceding today, and of course, our first battle would be cartel, and
oh yeah, yep.
so we would need help. It wouldn't. I don't think that Texas could do that battle again and win it. There's too much infiltration already, and I just don't see where that would go out good right now. Cause and there you go. It should have been done before all this.
Yeah, and then people like Stephanie have a homeless camp down like within a mile or two from her house, and I mean it's just like a complete takeover by two different types of people, and but they're all together. You know what I mean? They're actually two groups, separate groups, but because of the one, they're in charge of the other, the coyotes and all that stuff that bring them. Because I actually do know a person that he had to pay part of his salary, or they would do something to his family back home. Like for him to be there, he had to pay yearly a coyote.
The Article 5 convention will be that. Yeah,
Yep.
they're not cheap. But now they don't even need those. That's that part of it. It's it's not as it's portrayed. I'll just put it that way, and it's a lot harder to battle it than anyone can imagine.
Not without the proper help that we thought was the proper help that turned out to be the improper help. I mean, at one point, we actually all thought that those people helped us.
Well, Tom, but that's just it. We don't want to harm the other states that all of y'all live in just to go off on
Break
our
free.
own.
Yeah,
Right.
break free.
I don't, and that's another thing. I want to break free from all of y'all. It's the whole thing is fix your state, fix your county, fix your city, fix your state. And the only way to do that is to just keep pounding the crap out of them until they change what they're doing. I did not know that uh, local elections are this year.
Yeah, see, we did it in it's really weird because North Carolina in certain places like ours, we had they had about 7 to 8 million people volunteering to knock on doors, make phone calls, send letters, and be loud and proud about it. And our voting here, oops, I said the word, went out without a hitch. And other places like
They
Raleigh
voted.
or Charlotte were a complete disaster. So it gets even within the states, it gets so down to communities, and then it's like
Yes,
each community has to fight their own mini battle.
yes, that's exactly it. You got to start at the bottom. You can't start at the top. I'm
Yeah.
finding that does no good.
Yeah,
And
we saw our savior just take care of us, huh?
yeah, and then um, I can see where the sheriffs would have a lot of power in that also. And so it's getting those sheriffs to do what they're supposed to do. And it needs to be a group of them and them getting a following, causing, what do you call it? Um, Deputizing, whatever they need to do. And then that, I think, would be the power, is if counties started joining together and went to the state level top. And
Bonnie, you
then
remember a couple years ago, don't you, when they're talking about deputizing every able-bodied Texan?
fix your dog, fix your cat. Yes,
Well, you can march on to the capital of the state too. I mean, that's what we were doing. Is our patriot group was joining other patriot groups that were marching down there and talking to senators and congressmen and all the offices they could. They're beating on the doors.
did it do any good?
Yes, it actually did. We did lose our districts changed and we lost a really good person, but our area, we won every single election. And there were a lot of people that were running unopposed, which I was really surprised at. And I
That's the
found
way
we
our
won.
city council is.
Yeah. And so, but we have, I mean, our sheriffs, we don't, besides families like that have been here for a long time and have made a name for themselves and own a bunch of property or something like that, or are like own gravel pits or big bunches of property, for pretty much here we have good sheriffs. We don't have any brutality going on. We don't have very surprised. I think we're kind of like a pass-through town. We're like the biggest small town there is because thousands and thousands of tourists go through here,
Yeah,
but they
same
don't,
here.
yeah, they don't all stop here. And I think that, like, I'm very surprised that we haven't had more sightings or more crimes or things like that happening because I like to listen to police radio, just like local police radio, just to see what's going on, and it's real quiet. It's just real quiet here. I mean, we did have somebody steal catalytic converters. I had to leave my car overnight and somebody took my North Carolina Panthers license plate off the front of the car, took the whole thing, took the edge around it, but I left it there for a day and a half because I didn't have a ride, so it was out in the open. But we really don't have a lot of even homelessness here because we have so many churches that the churches and the thrift stores, and everybody, kind of like helps each other out here.
Homelessness isn't even allowed here. And so, and you were talking about the police scanner. That stays very busy here, but it's not
Bad
the
crimes.
community, it's the travelers. Like you said, the travelers that are coming through all the time.
Yep.
If you pull somebody over, 9 times out of 10, they're going to have something in that vehicle they're not supposed to, or they're not supposed to even be here. And they, you would not believe the drugs, that everything that is found just by traffic stops. So
Plus-
you can see
plus
where
they're-
traffic stops aren't, they're not supposed to be doing that. So that's what I have been putting out there is, okay, we respect our police officers. We are glad that we have our police officers, but at the same time, your community is not where the criminals are. They're on the highways. And so them finding them that way is a good thing, but at the same time, don't harass your community for stupid stuff. There was one night, and it was midnight, and my son and I were like, we need to go to the store. So we go down to the store. This is years ago. This is like, goodness, 20 years ago. And I pulled up at a stop sign off this little road, and a deputy pulled up behind me. And I made sure, I always make sure, count to 3 when you stop at a stop sign. And I went, and then there was another stop sign a block away. Stopped at that stop sign. He threw his lights on. And I'm sitting there at the stop sign, and I'm like, what in the world does he think I did? He comes up there and he goes, what's your name? And I told him. And he said, where are you going? And I said, home. Well, where have you been? And I said, seriously? Well, why are you out this late? Because we wanted a snack. And I said, did I do something wrong? And he said, well,
did you have a curfew? Was it during the coup?
no, this was 20 years ago. And he said, well, you kind of ran that first stop sign. And I said, sir, I'm sorry, but no, I didn't. I made sure. I saw you. You think I'm going to run a stop sign in front of you?
Oh my God.
And then he just stood there for a minute, and he goes, all right.
Okay, here's my question. All right, to get through my town, okay, from one end to the other, it is about 20 miles or less to get through my town to the next town. How much do you have to get to the next town?
25 miles north, 35 miles west, 25 miles east.
Wow. Okay, that's a whole different world because mine is like I got
Yeah.
mountains on both sides. Mine doesn't have like towns where a lot of people live on both sides. It's tourist area, like where to go whitewater rafting, and a highway goes right through the middle. The place that everybody travels through, and then we have a cutoff to Georgia. And usually, if somebody's trying to race you or tailgate you or pass you, they usually are turning off to Georgia. I can peg them. They're pretty aggressive drivers there from Georgia.
Oh. Yeah, well, and that's son-in-law already got a speeding ticket. And that's with the hills. So I told him, I said, I totally understand what you're saying. Because if I topped a hill and it was going down, I would just take my foot off the gas and let it coast. Well, as you're going down, you're going to speed up. And so uh, that was the one and only ticket I had gotten. And then that was his first ticket he ever got. And to me, it's just kind of stupid. The truckers, same way, when they're going up a hill, they lose so much speed because of their heavy load. And then they start going down the hill and they're doing the same thing. We're not going to all sit there and ride our brakes just because you're going downhill. I don't know. It just depends on who it is that pulls you over, or if they even pull you over. That my mother doesn't have a whole pocket full of tickets shocks me.
Well, that's the thing is like I was for some reason my luck was just horrible, and it was like every 2.5 to 3 years I would get a ticket. And we're not talking about normal tickets here. We're talking about having a keychain hanging in my rearview mirror, crossing a yellow line because I had to avoid hitting somebody, so I had to like cross and get into a turn lane. But
Yeah.
I did it a little bit before the double yellow or whatever the heck it was. Just stupid things like that. And then one time I remember
Okay,
my
I got a
sister
physical ticket.
Christmas shopping. That's another one. They love to catch you when you're Christmas shopping because they know everybody's on the highways, everybody's hurrying around. And I
Yeah.
got one of those too. Thanksgiving they start, but a lot of times those little towns have quotas to meet. So at the end of the month, you'll see them parked in places and they're trying to catch expired license, registrations out, inspections that aren't good anymore. And they have their little quotas to meet for small towns too.
You know what they pull you over for here? If your license plate light is out, they will.
That's what I
Here
told
too.
you. That's what I told you. I got stuck with a New York license plate, and that was the reason that he made me empty my car, spend almost 2 hours, leave me and my boyfriend in our socks, like, because we literally were, you know, driving at 4 a.m. And the guy said, I was like, what did I do wrong? And he said, the light isn't bright enough on the left side of your license plate. And I felt like going, but you saw I was from New York, didn't ya?
Yeah, I had a dumbass tell me they do that bad here. They'll stop you, and I've lived here 10 years. They know who I am. We're just trying to see why you're going across over there by the state line because that's will sell cigarettes. I was like, well, I was up late and I wanted to get cigarettes. Well, I couldn't. I was coming up behind you. I couldn't read your license plate. Your light's not right.
Wanda.
I'm like, you got. I said you must have headlight problems because you was right on my ass. If you couldn't read it, I could put a spotlight on her and you couldn't see it. So you might want to get your headlights checked. He goes, well, there ain't no sense you being stupid about it. I said, you stopping me when both lights work is stupid. I said, I'll have it fixed. So I put a 9 LED focus like fog light for off a truck. It was about a 6-inch light. I mounted it to the bumper and faced it on it. I took it up there and I showed this police chief over here, and he goes, "What'd you go to that extreme for?" I said, "Because your dumbasses around here, I guess, can't see the license plate. I'm gonna put a light where they can see it from Shreveport."
Yeah, they had pulled him over and me a bunch of times, and my mom when she was driving it.
I said, "You guys need to go back on the interstate and start suckering them people into speeding tickets and leave the people here alone in this town that pay your fucking wages." He goes, "Well, sir, you don't have to get upset." I'm like, "I'm tired of being harassed by the police station that closes at dark. Weekends, you have to get a hold of Harrison County. We ain't got a local cop that we pay, but they'll sure harass you about everything around here. They know better to mess with me." I told them, I said, "This little square patch of grass with them poles in it, so you have no business over here."
Are you like, do you, if you call 911 at night, you don't have like a police officer on duty where you are?
Nope, it's got to be the Harrison County Sheriff's Department, which is about 30 minutes away.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Because we got 11 sheriffs in this little town.
Sheriffs? deputies.
Yeah, well, there's a sheriff, there's an undersheriff, there's this, there's that, but yeah, mostly, I guess, deputies.
And now they're pissed at me because I'm bitching about how the roads are because they're cutting through from Louisiana, coming through our little town and neighborhoods to go back into Louisiana because they don't have a road on that side to get to the oil field, so they're ruining our roads. And the county won't fix the roads, and the state won't work on the roads because them people that are doing it are saying they're going to fix it when they're done. And then I said, so well, when's it going to be done? A year or two? I said, it could be a 20-year or forever project. I said, oh, so you're going to turn our roads into cornfields instead of running a state line road to where you're needing to go? We ought to be proud that these guys are working. I'm like, how's it benefiting my city other than tearing my roads apart, rattling my damn house, my driveway's sinking where they pull them damn trucks off, them water trucks over off the edge of my yard. Well, you need to worry about what's in your yard. I said, I'm gonna worry about it, all right. I said, y'all will know when I get my damn fill of it. Y'all need to stay off my damn road or off my damn yard right out here. I said, unless you want to buy my damn property and put a parking lot in there. And then one of them got smart ass with me. He goes, well, you just need to tend to your business. I'm like, oh, okay. So you're telling me if I got a dump truck and run up and down your road and mash down your mailbox and your curb edge and all that in front of your house, it wouldn't bother you? Well, you wouldn't have no business being down there. I said, really? You don't have no business being over here. You work in Louisiana. You're out of Louisiana. We ain't benefiting shit from y'all being here.
Mm-mm.
And then they come up with, well, all these guys working. I said, how many people from Wascom work for your company?
See, and that's weird because our law is like that time I got pulled over and this other county deputy wanted me to take me to their county jail, and our deputy pulled up and he said, no, you're out of your jurisdiction. So if they're not in your county, they have no jurisdiction there.
Yep. Yeah, D-Dog, that's probably what my downfall is. They piss me off and I get very verbal, vocal, and my language flares to all kinds of shit.
Why, Bonnie, would you go to jail for speeding? What kind of ticket was it?
Okay, that time.
That time.
So that's what I said a while ago. Oh yeah, I did have vehicle ticket. I had expired tags. I had expired insurance. I had expired driver's license. So I was illegal in their eyes. And so this other county deputy, he followed me. That's way back when I was going to college in San Antonio. And he followed me from like right outside of San Antonio all the way. And so once we got into our county, I said, well, he can't do nothing now. Well, baloney, he pulled me over and he had me in cuffs and 10 other cars pulled up and guns drawn and pointed at me. And I'm just sitting there like, what
Oh my
is
God.
going on here?
I have never had cuffs on. Never. Oh my gosh.
I was freaked out. Well, I had cuffs twice, but I know you love it, D-Dog. So, but our deputy, he finally got rid of all them. My truck, supposedly, the other deputies said that my truck fit the description of a truck that had just robbed a store that wasn't even on our route. It was in another town. And he followed me. He knew that it was not me. But he still, did you make any stops? Yes, I got donut holes. And he said, what time was that? And I got the receipt. And I said, whatever time was on the receipt. And Where are you coming from? School? How can you prove that? And I showed him the key ring, and I was like, call this number, ask them. It was just that county is the one county you never want to go to jail there. It is the
Oh,
worst.
one of
Guilty
those.
but proven innocent, huh?
Oh
Oh yeah,
yeah.
always.
I've had a
I was
few of
like,
them.
darn, Bonnie, you got the stocking off your face and everything, and threw it all in the trunk just in time, didn't you?
Yeah, that's when my deputy pulled up there. He was all, Bonnie, what have you got yourself into? And I said, I have no flipping idea. Help
Knock
me out.
on wood, knock on wood, never handcuffs yet. I've been threatened with them, and I told them, I said, as long as I'm breaking the law and you're not breaking any laws or any of my civil rights by putting them handcuffs on me, we're all good. But if you take away my civil rights, I'm gonna make sure you get a set of bracelets yourself.
Mm,
I never got
well,
it either.
he had to make a show for that other deputy. And he said, we have one small problem here. And I said, what's that? And he said, I got to get new tires. That's the only reason I was in the area. And so he told my friend, so you have to drive her to the jail, which is another town over. And I pull up there, and the sheriff comes out, and he is laughing his head off. And he's like, just stand here until the other one gets here. And the other one got there, and he said, go take care of that stuff and quit getting in trouble. Sent me home.
One of the ex cops here called it a little hick town mafia, is what they call the cops here.
Yes, D Dog. I really wish you'd come have fun in this county. But this was back in the day when they were good. Now it's a lot different. um, so far, my sheriff, he has been really good. He pulled my daughter over one night, and he asked her, "Who's your mama?" And she told him, and he said, "All right, just slow it down and let her go." And I was like,
Man, you're
"Good."
lucky. I got like my car impounded, and it was for just my insurance check didn't clear the bank or something, my auto payment. So I didn't know for like 30 days. So I was driving without a register or with expired registration for 30 days. So you have to pay $8 a day or you have to take the car off the road. But when they caught me, um, they took the car. They just like took it, and it was like
Yeah,
$180 to get it out. Plus it was like the
God,
court
that's
was,
cheap.
well, the court was 260, but it wasn't even for the registration. I had kept it off the road for 30 days, so it was the same number of days. So I didn't have to pay that, but that would have been another 240. So I would have been looking at about 600 plus the impound, like it'd be about $800.
It's cheap. Here, it's $350 impound a day.
Wow. No
Yep,
way. A day.
a day. Yes.
I left mine there for like a week.
Oh my goodness. No, it's a day. And so usually they don't get picked up if they don't have the money right there. So guess what?
Would you say, like, okay, would you say that compared to me in North Carolina and where you are in Texas, would you say our groceries are about the same as far as expense, or would you say that you're higher?
I would say they're probably about the same.
That's what
Ours,
I'm thinking.
ours are not bad here. We're not, and
Some things are starting to get bad here, some
yeah,
certain items, but not everything.
yeah, they're starting to up the eggs. I mean, I think they're about $8, but we have a lot of people that sell fresh eggs, so we don't have to go through that. You
Yeah, I
can
think
get
ours are
fresh eggs.
450. They're 450 at our like regular stores. But if you go to Wally World, 18 is like 18 eggs, I think, is $17, $16. But that's just at the big box. It's not at like the Save-A-Lots or the other kinds of stores.
Did you guys see that video of the cop stopping that lady and he goes, "You know why I'm here?" And she goes, "Because you got straight C's in high school."
Some of my worst high
like
school
that.
buddies, ended up being cops. I swear to God. I mean, these were the tripping, Stonehenge,
That's
drunken,
what I said. It's always the bad boys that become the cops.
because they got a chip on their shoulder or something.
I don't know what it is. I think it's the power.
Little man syndrome.
Yeah. So, D-Dog, they look for that. Oh my goodness. But I can see every detail of how that works and how that's the way it's supposed to be. But then you got the battle of every cop you go through, any county, city, anywhere on you. I don't know why they are so fanatic about the tags and all that. I mean, if I was going and plowing people down, I could see it. It's I don't need to be on the road, but Benjamin, cute. I don't know. It's hard to do in a small town. Well, I don't know. Cops in Austin are pretty bad too. You know how when you're coming off of the expressway and the speed limit's like 70 and you're going to the ramp and all of a sudden the speed limit's like 45? Well, I'm not going to ruin my brakes to get down to 45. I figure you have to the end of the ramp to get down to 45, right? Nope.
Ours stops right in the middle of the highway. Ours will go, I got a ticket because it was 65. So I was going like 68 miles an hour. And it went down to 55, and the guy was waiting at the border at the North Carolina state line, and I was all happy because I had been on the road for 17 hours going to Asheville to my other house, and I was like, I was pedal to the metal, and he got me. And he ended up being sick, and he ended up letting me go because he was like, "Sorry, ma'am, I don't feel good." And he was sniffing, and he was like, "Do you realize how fast you're going?" And I said, "I was going the speed limit before I crossed the state line." And he goes, "Well, you were going 68 miles an hour." And he goes, I could lock you up." And he went through all this, but I was glad he didn't feel good because he let me go.
You know what they pulled me over for on Halloween one time? And
What?
so here we all are dressed up because we're going to a Halloween bash. And I'm dressed like Cyndi Lauper with the green petticoat and everything. And so I had my hair crimped and a ponytail on top and just crazy looking. And this officer pulled me over because, uh, oh, what was it? I wasn't speeding. It had nothing to do with my vehicle. I don't think. What did he pull me over for? I know I had my radio blaring, but there was no houses around there. Wasn't that?
Disturbing the peace would have to be you jamming the radio after like 10 p.m. or at like
Right.
maybe 5
It was
a.m.
still daylight. Oh man, I cannot believe. Oh, yes, I can.
I bought a Dodge Durango that came out of, I think it was Louisiana. So they don't have to have a front license plate, and there's nowhere to put a front license plate. So he pulled me over because I didn't have a front license plate. I had the back one, but not the front one. And um, so when he pulled me over, I was like, "What did I do?" And he said, "You don't have a front license plate." And I said, "I know. There's nowhere to put one." And he said, "No." He goes, "You have to have one in Texas. It's state law. You have to have a front license plate." Mm, So I just started talking 100 miles a minute, just acting like a ding dong valley blonde something. I don't know. He looked at me and he says, "All right, ma'am, go ahead and go. You just go ahead and go." He just wanted to get rid of me then.
Well, I just sent you a picture you can laugh at, okay?
And then there was a congregation of DPS officers at a store one day, and I pulled up there, and they were all looking at my car and looking at me, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. I just pulled up here to go in the store, and I came back out, and I said, "So y'all are looking at the front of my car. I know there's not a license plate there. Where am I supposed to put it?" And they said, "You're going to have to drill holes into the bumper and put one on there." And I'm like,
Oh
"That
my
is
gosh.
wrong."
So, how about like Harley tickets? You got a list of those too?
No.
Asking for a friend. You crazy chick, you.
Yep. That's the way my daughter would dress for Halloween.
I
Mexican
didn't
dress.
look too bad. I think I was 45 in that picture. I didn't look too bad.
No.
Oh, to be 45 again.
I know, right? 25, 45.
Yeah, 25 was monumental because your insurance went down and you were legal all over the world.
Yep.
Yeah, I was 44 when that dumbass, drunk, pilled up retard with a damn cell phone ran over us, and it's a life changing experience.
Yeah. And that's when my daughter sees people on their cell phone while they're driving, she starts honking. She's pointing at them with her finger, like, "Get off of there now. Get off of there now." And I said, "You are going to get yourself shot. Would you stop it?" Let the law deal with it. They're going to hit us. Come close because they're on their phone.
I was in some chat here a while back, and a guy in there he's talking about people, that subject come up, and he said it don't matter if he's on the interstate or back roads or what, he's passes somebody or sees somebody on him, he'll get in front of them and brake check them.
Yeah. I don't know. As crazy as people are now. And then they'll call that road rage. You know that.
Oh, there was road rage in Atlanta back in the 70s and 80s. People shot each other. And I remember this guy, he started,
Atlanta was shooting up everybody.
yeah, well, he started chasing me and we were on a dirt road. And I'm a girl, he's a guy. I'm like, what does he think he's gonna do to me? Because he was like swearing and all this other stuff. And so I stopped and I let him get out of the car. I think I was like 17 or 18. And I let him get out of the car. And as soon as he got up to where, like, almost to my door, I just like power braked it and left him in a pile of gravel.
I need to be excused for just a second. I'll be right back. Can y'all
All
be
right.
good?
We'll be good at it.
Look at me hang from the ceiling fan. Yeah, I was driving a pickup, a full size, and she was in a little car, and she still tried to drive under. She went so far under that she hit the back tires with her front of the car, but it didn't hurt the tires, but it shoved the spare up under the rear axle. It peeled it from her bumper, headlights, fenders, and all, peeled that in the hood back and ripped the valve covers and the intake and stuff off her engine.
How fast was she going?
I was sitting at a red light and she was doing 70.
Oh my gosh.
I broke the headrest. Vicky was on her, turned to her side talking to me, and our youngest and our granddaughter were in the back seat. Luckily, that the seats were high enough over them that they just kind of bounced back a little bit, but it screwed Vicky's hip and shoulder up. It got my neck, back, shoulder, hip.
That's probably why she's having hip problems.
Was there a lawsuit because it was a hit from behind?
Yeah, that was I can't think of the name of the lawyer, one of the popular ones that's all over the internet. They made out, we didn't. And that between them and the doctors and stuff.
Oh. Yeah, and you had multiple people injured, right? I mean, all of you were injured?
Me and Vicky, the kids were fine. The rescue,
Wow.
when they showed up, it knocked me out. Vicky thought I was dead because it slung me back, slung my head back, and I come forward, slammed my forehead down on almost hit the windshield, hit the top of the steering wheel, and then it jerked me back. And Vicky said I fell over face first into the window, and I just laid there.
Oh my God! Did you get a concussion and whiplash?
They didn't take me to the hospital.
What the?
And Vicky said the rescue came there, and they told me that I said that I didn't want to go, that I was fine, and she said they kept trying to get me to sit down because I kept trying to get up, and I was about to fall out of the truck.
You are so stubborn, but you were probably out of it too.
I don't even remember them asking. She said she was there, but they never asked me about going anywhere.
Did the girl have any injuries or?
Broke both her hands.
She broke her fucking face.
She even admitted to the cops that because Vicky was listening to it. She goes, "I've only had 2 Xanax and a 6-pack." She goes, and I was somebody just texted me, and I was reading the text, and they all of a sudden just stopped in front of me, and then the lady, whatever Vicky said, the other lady from the people that was on the other cars in the other lane, she goes, "Yeah, everybody stopped because it was a red light."
Did you hear about there was a senator, this was a few years back, probably 4 years back, and there was a senator that accidentally took an Ambien instead of a morning med that she was supposed to take. She took an Ambien and she ended up like smacking into somebody, and they were actually gonna throw the book at her, but of course she was special and she, got out with a slap on the hand.
Right.
Yeah, this lady, Vicky, when she was telling me about it, said they took her over to give her a sobriety test. And Vicky said that lady walked like somebody had roller skates on ice. So.
Oh my God. I mean, I can't imagine I wouldn't myself. And I take them on a regular basis. I would never drive after taking 2. What the heck?
And beer or drinks or whatever, and playing with your phone.
Yeah.
Is that the one that messed up your back?
Yep, back and neck.
So Chuck, because of your height, and I'm not making fun of you, I'm just, maybe you need a special made vehicle for you.
My truck's plenty big. The other one it's just, well, the headrest was up the height I needed, but I guess when you take a big melon like me and sling it backwards with the force of her hit, it broke it. I do remember seeing out the back window upside down.
Oh my goodness. Did you have your seatbelt on?
Yep.
You should have You should get the
Wow.
car manufacturer. You should have got the car manufacturer for that sucker breaking.
I guess I'm lucky one of them two rods didn't go through the back of my head,
Yeah.
but hell, and then the damn attorney's like, well, she filed bankruptcy. There ain't a whole lot we can do now. We can go after her insurance and after yours. But he goes, well, what would you want to do anyway? I said, it's tragic enough she got hurt. I'm like, I didn't hire you to feel sorry for that bitch. I said, she fucked up and she fucked up big. She ruined my damn life. I'm like, I don't care. He goes, well, what would you want me to do to her? I said, I want to put her fucking homeless. She needs to pay my salary for the rest of my life. That's what I want. That's what you should be going for.
So was she, I don't understand. Was she driving with no insurance or something? Or did her insurance refuse to pay because of her condition?
That, AA, whatever insurance, that military, whatever insurance.
Oh.
I know it.
Yeah, I can't. I keep thinking AARP.
That's what my mother has.
But as soon as she found out people were hurt in the wreck, they said that she filed bankruptcy the next day after the accident.
There you go.
That was back when you didn't have to pay it all back. Now when you file bankruptcy, because when I did it, it was a clean slate.
Yeah,
and
2010 when this happened.
Yeah, you got to pay like 20% back, I think now.
This happened in 2010. It was like 10 days before Christmas, something like that.
Oh, nice.
We were headed to go to this place over here to see the Christmas lights.
That's what when I got hit. I got hit in December, and I got hit by a 4,000-pound beer truck on Peachtree. And my problem was I saw him coming, and when you see him coming, you tense up. And so I ended up having migraines for 3 years, and I had to go to physical therapy, and I lost my job. But State Farm was like paying me like my salary. And then they turned around and then they went after the company. And because I was just married, just bought the house, just like my husband lost his job before Christmas, I got in the car wreck, and we ended up having to take the little settlement because I think I got medical bills taken care of too, but I had to take the little settlement because it paid my car off. And it made us be able to not be late on a house payment or anything. But like we were all new married and, had the 2 car payments and everything. And it was just a horrible time. And then my husband loses his job, and we're looking at each other at Christmas. He ended up taking like an $8 an hour job. And then State Farm paid my lost wages. So, if you do have a good insurance company, they will fight for you sometimes.
Yeah, I had State Farm, and I forget the name, that AA something, whatever theirs was, and ended up they got the max out of it, the max out of mine. Then they turned around and got my uninsured motorist. But I was going to doctors, and they were sending me to doctors, sending me to physical therapists, and other different things. By the time it's said and done, it ate so damn much of it, there wasn't really much left by the time we got shit out of it.
Yeah, it's hard to get one of those big attorney firms to really, they're ambulance chasers, but they really, in the end, they're fighting more for getting like the hospital bills paid because they're so expensive, and then you end up getting rooked on the cash.
Yeah, and then big part of it was they got half the actual money, and then they took the hospital bills out. Then I got paid. And this was damn Louisiana law, Louisiana Napoleonic Code, that fucking backwards ass bullshit that they got over there.
We love you, Louisiana people.
Yeah, so you were in Louisiana for a while, huh?
Yeah, I lived in Louisiana from the time I was 11 or 12 till 9-10 years ago. So
in New Orleans?
No, Shreveport North. I've been to New Orleans once, and that was in an airplane when I was a kid with Mom. And last time I was in an airplane, only time, and they were circling the airport because the landing gear wouldn't come down, and I was watching them soap the runway.
Oh boy.
They
And
finally got it down. Had a bunch of guys helping, and they got in there. Everybody was beating stuff around on something, and then you finally hear. I still remember that. I was probably 7 or 8.
And that's the last time you were in a plane?
Yep, you couldn't get me up there.
I've
The
only
last,
been in it once. I won't do
oh,
it again.
I've flown. I've flown lots of times, but the last time I flew, we had a.
Hey,
I
guitar
was.
soccer.
We had a anyway, one of the engines, the guy left, he didn't check, and he actually admitted this. He said over the loudspeaker, he goes, I didn't check the controls, and he said, our left engine is about to go. And I mean, we knew something was going on because we saw like a little bit of fire. And then the lady behind, I looked at the lady behind me and I said, do you want to pray? And she goes, yes, I do. And so I grabbed her hand like behind me, and we had like a chain of people praying, and we made it back to the Philadelphia airport. We were 20 minutes out, and then we had to get back. And I ended up staying in this like horrible, I had to get a ride with friends. I had no money. I think I had like $98 on a charge card, and the room cost $95. So I had no money for food. They gave us like free food at the airport, but the airport was closed when we were going to the hotel at like midnight, you know? And so I remember eating chips and something else at the hotel room, you know, running that credit card up. And I was just like, and that was the last time I ever flew. I mean, I thought I was going to die.
I
I
figured
saw
God wanted me to fly. I'd have been born with wings.
Yeah.
Well,
Fine.
you'll get your set when it's all over, okay?
I don't know whether it'd be feathery or leathery, but
God probably will give you a choice.
I've always been there for him, and I always got madder than hell to hear people disrespect God by using his name in vain. And I slip up, but anybody that says ain't a sinner is a liar. So
You're one of the special ones, Jack. You'll be all right.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people in front of you.
I want a Hummer.
I want one of the full size ones like the military uses.
Yes. I want the big one.
Just get you a tank there, Chuck.
That's what I need. I drive
Oh,
a
that'd
Jeep.
be cool too. One of those that runs over everything. Get out of my way.
Be like Baracus from the A-Team driving that tank in the sky.
How do you fly a tank?
You fire it while you're falling.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I figure I go close enough to get the flying as me behind the wheel on the interstate.
Yeah. I was supposed to go to California. I made it to Dallas on the airplane. And I said, nope, that's it for me.
I have a friend who won't fly because 2 of his girlfriends dreamed that he died on an airplane. And then his daughter dreamed that he died on an airplane. And then I had a dream when I was dating him that we flew together on an airplane, but he wouldn't go for it.
Yeah, Dito. Yeah, everybody knew that there's like 3 sets of subsystems on an airplane. They each got a redundant system, and there's 3 of them. Every plane in the air is on at least 1, 2, or 3 in them systems. So there's none of them up there that are perfectly working.
I heard that they're retiring 737s or 747s. Just today, actually.
You know, no, they're too small. Never mind. It was a
Well,
737 I was on. I was
the
like,
one,
I got in there and I said, wait a minute.
Hey, guitar. I said something a minute ago. I guess you didn't hear me when everybody was talking.
I said hello too, hon.
what
I am
happened?
glad to see you.
There was one time that I was flying from Baltimore and we did a 10,000-foot drop. The stewardesses hit their head. We all got seatbelt. I mean, I've never experienced a drop like that in my life. I thought that I saw my life flash before my eyes, but I had two parents that lived on opposite ends of the East Coast. So what was I going to do? I started flying when I was like 12 or 13.
My mother put my brother on an airplane when he was 5 to fly to California by himself.
Look what Ben put, Bonnie.
I saw that.
That's kind of like somebody saying the first time they sailed was on Reds and Jack Daniels, huh?
Mine was Mad Dog 2020.
Come here so I can whip you.
Shit, first time I got hammered on that stuff, I didn't want a hangover again.
Yeah.
Mad Dog, that ain't a hangover. That's a lifestyle for a week.
That's a bad one, too. Guitar Shocker. Do I know you from Conspiracy? Is that where I've seen you? I know I've seen you.
You know, the other day, Bonnie, when I said that bleach got to me, it's still bothering my nose. It got me good. I'm allergic to it, though. Every time, when we were younger, Vicky cleaned the house. I'd come in from work. I'd smell that bleach. I'd get sinus infections from it.
If you're over there, they'll probably heal it.
Your lungs.
I think I might be sub to Guitar Shocker, actually.
I know I am.
I get around.
Well, and that's it. That's what we need to do.
Yep.
Visit more of these people and
I thought you meant get around. I was going to say body.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Get around, I get around. Yeah, I couldn't do that part. I'm glad you chimed in.
Ridge Runner.
I don't know.
Bonnie, see how that's starting to look?
Is it getting thick?
It's breaking all down. You can see at the bottom it clumps up a little bit now, but
Yeah.
What is it?
You still shaking it?
yep. It's
special stuff.
it's smoking 190 Everclear.
Oh, that's right. Y'all were talking about that the other night.
It's working on its second week.
Making a special sauce.
Yeah. G-Love and special sauce.
He tried to get me to taste it the other day.
Smells like my car in the 80s after a concert the next morning. Wake up.
Did y'all ever lock yourselves in a van and not let anybody out?
And clouded.
Yeah, and then we did sleeve shotguns. I don't know if you ever did those before. You take like your winter jacket, and you'd stick your head in the sleeve hole, and then the person would blow a shotgun and then squeeze the sleeve, and your whole face would get hit.
Yeah. You remember the big pink red looking things that the power hitters, they called them, looked like a big turkey baster thing?
I just remember the 4-foot metal bongs that we used to fill with snow.
Okay, y'all are worse than me. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The plastic 2 liters first come out. I know some people that would take and submerge a 2 liter down to where you just got a little air pocket on top, and they had a hole where you could slide off your pipe, your little bowl in it. And you had a thumb hole, and you cover the thumb hole up, and you pick the 2 liter up almost completely out of the water, and it'll suck all that smoke from the bowl in. Put your hand over the our mouth over one hole and take the bowl out of the other and cover that up and then push it down and try to inhale all that 2 liters worth of smoke.
Oh my gosh, I've never heard of that.
It's called a depth charge.
I was fixing to say, isn't that how those kids are having strokes in college that suck in too much at one time? I don't know.
It might be. I remember them doing that. I didn't do it, but I was like, I'll sit back and just chill and hit it a little bit. And
Yeah, the ones that were having the seizures were doing it with that bunk shit.
that potpourri shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it was called ah shoot, I can't think. We were just talking about it the other night backstage. There was a name for it, and it was very, very bad, and people were all over the place were getting really messed up over it. It's some salt, some kind of salt. Bath salt.
Yeah, bath salt. Yeah.
Oh,
Some of that shit I remember was store Vicky worked. She worked at a Shell station that some Pakistanis had, and they had all that crap in there. And some of it looked like sort of like weed, potpourri looking stuff, and then some of it looked like, I don't know, powdered, crystally looking washing detergent looking stuff. I was like, yeah, why don't you guys just get some damn sewer cleaner and huff it or something? That's about what you're doing.
I can't imagine.
I guess the pharmaceutical stuff we get probably isn't much cleaner than that stuff because who knows what they put in it.
Yeah. Well, when I was a teen, it was just papers and.
Well, yeah, but the thing is now is they have so many flavors, so many kinds that, and then they add chemicals to it that weren't added before and make this big racket business out of it, and you end up with stuff that's not just pure regular grown stuff, you know?
Cindy Williams thing just popped up. She was 47 to 23, so that made her what, 76?
Yeah, that's like, because I think like Paul McCartney is only like 77 or 79. It just seems like they would be quite, I don't know.
70.
Even when I was young in the 70s, I thought Shirley was cute. I always liked the little mousy girls. My buddies are all about the blondes, and I was like, yeah, so most of them, for the part, most of them blondes were either stuck up or just stupid.
I never dated a blonde guy except one time in high school, and it was just because I crushed on him, but I never dated a blonde.
Never mind.
Auburn hair, brown hair, black hair.
Thompson Paul.
But I don't mean all. I dated a redhead, a blackhead, a blonde, brown.
My mama was redheaded, so I never liked redheaded because I knew that they had that little bitch thing comes out quick.
Bonnie's like, I've tasted the rainbow.
Man, if Paul McCartney's 80, I saw him in 2017. Okay, yeah, so he would have been 77 when I saw him. He was still kicking. I mean, I still sat there for the whole concert with my mouth open. It was the closest thing to a Beatles concert I ever could have gone to. It was wild. And his voice was a little bit raspy, but he had been touring so hard. He had been in Canada and France and all over the place. So we got him kind of a little bit tired, but it still was one of the top 3 concerts I think I ever saw.
I worked a lot of concerts, setting them up, working the sound and stuff, having to deal with bands and stuff. Probably the coolest one of the concerts I went to and met any of the band members was what the hell was her name?
Joan Jett.
It was from the 80s. No, it's the other one. She sung that song "We Are Young."
Oh,
Heartache to heartache. We.
Cat Benatar.
Yeah.
Me and this girl and these other people were. It was in the Blossom up in Ohio, but it was an open outside auditorium that was outside, but the seating was grass. You brought a blanket, picnic, whatever, and
I
the
love
power went out. So when the power went out, somebody handed her a megaphone, and she said, "Everybody from the front row, come up and get on stage with us." A bunch of people got on stage, and we were right there, up there on top of her. And she just hung out and talked with everybody, stood around and bullshit. And she's pretty cool about it. Any other time shit like that happens, they hustle off the
Yeah.
show. And she sat out there and chilled with everybody, apologizing and about saying that if it was much longer, that everybody could get their money back. That she didn't feel that she should get paid and take away our money. That she's made enough money and all this that she doesn't really need to take our money anymore. But her management wouldn't allow her to do free stuff for her fans.
Now, were you like a bouncer or a stagehand or a staff, or what were you?
When I do the shows there, I was just there. But I used to set up the stage hand. I'd do sound. I'd stand on corners when the group had come through. I just did all kind of different shit.
Nice.
Stand on corners when the groupies come through.
Had to keep the hoochies from getting back there with them. And
oh, they'll crawl on the probably hood if they can.
Yeah, they try to crawl up to the second floor to get into the damn windows to get up there.
I saw that with Donny Osmond. After the concert, they went in the limo across the highway to, and those girls were going nuts, acting stupid. And I was like,
probably the biggest POS I ever met was the little guy from Godsmack. I think it was Godsmack, the little bitty guy that's dark headed. He's like big time little man syndrome. He had a big issue. He didn't want anybody that wasn't in the band or his handlers to be within 10 feet of him. And he come through there getting on the stage, and I was at the soundboard. He's like, "Big boy, you need to back up. I'm here." I'm like, "Well, I don't know who the fuck you are." So he goes, I'm the show." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I'm the lead singer for the band." "Oh, I was warned about you, little man, that you had an issue." And he just and went up the steps. Hell, he's only like 5'2", and he thinks he's 7 feet tall, and he just talks shit. Y'all seen him on the stage talking to his band before they started singing. Let me see, make sure who that was. I met 3 doors down, and I got a drum skin for my daughter. The drummer busted his finger open and bled all over drumsticks and the drum skin, and they pulled it off, and he brought it over and said, "You got kids that like us?" I said, "Yeah." He signed all of it and said, "Here, give it to him."
Oh my God, 3 Doors Down was awesome in concert. I loved them.
You gotta shit the mania. She lost all of it.
Yeah, my son just said she lost. Would she leave it somewhere?
I don't know. All that moving around she used to do, she lost it, I think, after she left Joe's.
Was it Axl Rose? Is that why Black Watch is talking about Axl?
I don't know, but the closest thing I ever got was I got stagehand seats to Styx and Foreigner Worldwide. There's an album called Foreigner Worldwide, and we actually were on it because we were told ahead of time, scream as loud as you can, get the lighters going because this is an album. And we're all like, yeah. But I ended up right on the side of the stage, and it was so cool. It was like front row, but on the side. Those were the days. We're going to have to spend a lot of time in our life reminiscing about the good old days, because it's going to be, number one, I don't think we can get them completely back. I mean, look at all the rock and rollers that are leaving us right now. And I think like the time of flying is done. I think the time of concerts, I'm still going to try because that's all I've really liked to do my whole life. If I can't travel, I like to go to concerts. But now with what, we know about people, and it's just bizarro world.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's even when we went to the Nutcracker, we were way up on top, and I was like, yeah, I'm not liking this. So I went outside and I went down, and there was a lobby or something, and they had a big screen, and I was like, I'll stand here and watch it. Or they had some chairs down there too, and I sat there and watched it. I would rather not be in those crowds anymore.
well, I did a lot of outdoor concerts, and I did a lot
Yeah,
of small like venues. I mean, like, and I would go to casinos too because you have like nice chairs to sit in, and just I wouldn't. I really quit going to those big, gigantic, like stadium concerts in my 20s because I mean, you could see like 13 bands in a day, and
yeah.
that was more when I was younger. But
Shit sprayed somewhere. Dad, you might want to shake his box.
We had the best music, hottest cars, and the prettiest girls.
yeah, we had leaded gas.
Yeah,
Cheap leaded gas.
I love the smell of that stuff. Everybody thought I was nuts, but I was like, man, I love the smell of leaded gas, and it just doesn't smell the same now. And then we had the Hemis, and we had the damn power braking, and we had and now when people think that their cars sound cool, they sound like Tonka toys or something. They just sound like they just don't sound right anymore.
Hemis. There were no Hemis back then.
I knew people that had jacked up Novas. I knew people that had like 4-wheel drive Vegas that they had modified. I mean, we had Pinto
Yeah,
station wagons that were jacked up in the back. But the ugliest car of all time was a Pacer, I must say.
yeah. That's why they blew up. They were ugly.
Yeah.
No, that was a Pinto, not a Pacer.
Oh, yeah. The Pinto had the gas tanks that blew up, I think.
Yeah,
The 60s and the 70s were the best for cars.
Muscle cars.
yeah.
And cars in general.
I wish I still had my 65 pickup.
I wish I had my 68 Camaro convertible.
Even my 70.
They were all good. They were all built like, didn't you feel safe in them? I felt so safe in them.
Last.
Oh, I raced the crud out of it.
I bet you did.
351 Windsor, and I was
Nice.
going to school in San Antonio, and it would sit there and bounce because the motor was like, it would just bounce. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, they
No,
used to.
that's down.
I don't know if they do it anymore, but there used to be cars that had nitrous oxide that you would see on the highway, and you'd be like racing them, drag racing them, and then all of a sudden they would leave you in the dust, and you're going like 120 already.
Well, I never saw that, but every time we'd stop at a stoplight, somebody'd start revving their motor at me, and I'm like, oh, you don't know what
Oh, do
you
you know? Do you remember that song by Lou Graham or Foreigner? And it was called "Revving on the Red Line." It was actually a song about my hometown because that's where he's from, Rochester, and he was talking about drag racing on Lake Avenue. Lots of drag racing used to go on. Lots.
Ours was right before the airport.
I think the last time I did that was in my Durango. And the girls were in the back seat. And this kid pulls up next to me and starts revving his motor. And my husband's like, no, you're not. And I said, let's see what it'll do. Because I had had it for maybe a month. It was a V8. On the takeoff, it was awesome, but long run, not so great. Of course, I had the girls screaming in the back, so I did slow down. Mm. My mother will never slow down. Goodness.
Living life in the fast lane.
Yep. As long as she doesn't kill anybody. My biggest worry.
Yeah, I'm looking for that band still. I can't find it. I want to say it was Godsmack, but I might be wrong.
What?
The short musician, that little dude.
I think I posted a song or something for you. I found this like ripping guitar music, and I think I posted it on one of your lives or something. Sometimes I'll just randomly, because I know you like the ripping guitars. I know you like the really not head banging. I don't even know metal. You like metal.
Yep, Pantera was one of my favorite. That Dimebag Darrell, that he was
Dimebag Darrell?
He was with it. You ever heard of him?
No.
Look him up. Look it up. Look up the way he can play music. He's one of the ones that fits in right with Eddie Van Halen.
Oh my
Hearts
gosh.
on fire? Question mark. Hearts on fire. Black Watch trying to help you, I think.
People used to tell me I look like Valerie Bertinelli. Oh my gosh. I got that so much. When I was like, when I weighed a little bit more, I had the rounder face.
One day at a time. Yeah, I remember as a kid that show. I had a thing about the mom. I don't know why.
Well, what was the one that did the, oh gosh, Tatum O'Neal. I've been told I look like her before. I've been told I look like the one of Thelma and Louise, the brown headed one. And then I've been told I look like Valerie Bertinelli, all at different times in my life, like at different weights and stuff and ages.
Isn't that crazy? I'll look at pictures from different years and it's so different.
Yeah, I know. Like in the 70s, we had well, you had long hair probably for most of your life, but there was the curly headed time, the perm time. There was the afro time. There was where the guys were even getting afros. They were we had, the stringy spaghetti hair. It just was a stylish time. There was a look for each decade. And we now have like there isn't any fashion style or any trends or anything. It's just like a free for all of crap clothes.
Once my mother couldn't tell me how to cut my hair or how to tell the beautician how to cut my hair. Whoever she did it out of her house, whatever she was. I don't even know if she was a beautician. Pixies. Once that stopped, then yes, my hair got long and I didn't touch it until, geez, I think I got a perm in the 80s.
Yeah, see, we used to get like I got a pixie and I remember sinking in the chair and crying and being embarrassed to go to school. And then when I got to do my hair the way I wanted it, I had it looking like Robert Plant. I had the spiral perm. And then I also had the big 80s hair too. Like the Farrah Fawcett thing going.
Like a boy.
With the wings. They used to call them wings. And feathered hair.
Wilma Flintstone.
Yeah, I don't know. I never saw it, but back when I'm in the 80s when I met Vicky, all the girls would run around the back and they thought I looked like the lead singer from Def Leppard, that blonde-headed guy. I don't think I look like him, but
Gary? Oh, not Def Leppard. Was it Gary? No, that was REO Speedwagon.
John.
Here you go, Bonnie. Here's a
John something, wasn't it? Or Joe.
I'm having
Joe
to see.
Elliott. Joe Elliott. That was it.
Yeah.
Good job there, Bonnie.
Def Leppard was my favorite band.
I was heartbroken when he had that accident, but he kept on drumming.
Bonnie, you
saw
see
him.
that I throwed you?
I wish I liked exercise as much as I like chicken fried steak. Sweet tea.
That's one of our Texas restaurants somewhere around there, T-Bone Tom.
See, I
Oh.
like the beef version. I don't like the chicken fried steak instead of, because they have both. They have chicken and steak. And I
Vicky
like the
likes
steak.
hamburger steak, basically a chicken fried steak without the breading. She likes it that way, and then gets the mushroom gravy on it.
Isn't it just cube steak? Because I used to make it, I think.
I think so. We get them somewhere where she thinks it's a sirloin they pound up.
It depends on
Yeah.
where you go, because the restaurant I worked at, they used the cube steaks to make the chicken fried steaks. But a
Yeah.
hamburger steak was actual hamburger press.
Like a Salisbury steak, kind of.
Place I used to get them over here that closed up since the Koofy came through. They would make like 3 of them out of a whole flank steak, but the hell, it was $15 or $16 for the plate. If you could eat the 2-pound chicken fried steak, the bucket of mashed potatoes and the salad, you got it free. I didn't know it, and I got it free the first time I was there because I was still taking Xanax back then, and I just took my medicine, and I was really hungry, and it tasted really good.
Well, 32-ounce Delmonico was the biggest challenge that I ever had, and there's no way I could have made it through. That was the biggest steak I'd ever seen on a plate in my life.
That steak had to have been, what, 2 inches thick almost, probably?
Yeah, it was like 2 inches thick, and it was like the size of a dinner plate. They had to put the sides, and it was just a really good. I am so mad because I paid $10 for a ribeye, right? And I thought I was going to get a decent sized ribeye, and it was like 2 of those Omaha steak filet mignons next to each other. That's all it was for $10. And I was like, oh man, I said, I'm a beef eater. This is really going to be hard for the next, I don't know how long.
Yeah, this was awesome. They had the big turkey platter. It ain't that big, but it was an oblong shaped plate.
Yes.
It was a platter it came on, and it was probably 14 inches long and maybe 8 or 10 inches wide. And the chicken fried steak that you get there, that's the only thing on that platter. And it's hanging off probably an inch or so all the way around. And it's probably, with the breading on it, a good inch and a half thick.
You remind me of that cooking show. What was that guy's name? Burgers, Joints, and Dives, or Dives, Drive-Ins, and something. Yes. Man, that dude used to go to the best places. I'd be sitting there and I'd be like, my mouth would be watering. I'd be like, oh man.
Vicky's like, we need to figure out a plan here. A while back, she goes, when I take a vacation, go on a tour and hit a bunch of places that they put on that show.
Well,
oh yeah, because I mean, he would pick the unique stuff. I didn't like that Anthony Bourdain though. He'd go all over the world and eat the nastiest.
Yeah, the cabal killed him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying that too loud.
He was talking about the pedos, and they didn't like it.
They were about to do a movie. It was him and Chris Cornell and one other person, and all of them, boom, gone.
Yep. What was the second one? It was before Bourdain died, but one of the band members already died. And was it Chris Cornell that did the live thing, talking about how upset he was and he couldn't even perform and sing anymore because his buddy died, he killed himself?
Yeah, his best friend it wasn't Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder's still alive, isn't he, or is he not?
It was another band though. It was another one of that era.
Yeah, the grunge movement. Yeah. And then what I found out is because I followed it afterwards, I was really devastated because I loved Chris Cornell. And I found out that Heidi Klum's bodyguard was his bodyguard. And that when his wife called and said, Chris isn't answering the phone, I need you to go to the room, that they took like an extra long time to get there. And she was waiting and crying and, pleading and everything. Well, when they finally got in there, they knocked and then they knocked again. And then when they finally kicked the door down is when they found him hanging in the bathroom. And it was just
Then it
too,
was
it was,
what's his name that was on the Avengers and stuff. I can't think of him. My mind drew a blank. That he said he never killed himself, and then he ended up. They said he jumped off a bridge.
well, the Hogan's Heroes died. The Hogan's Heroes guy is what was his name? Bob Crane. He
Yeah,
was a suspect and stuff. Natalie Wood was suspect and stuff. That crazy guy's wife in Hollywood, I forgot his another one, like that they were saying he killed his wife. And I mean, there's just been, as you sit there and look back, you just knew that something was wrong, but you didn't know what.
Bennington. There it is. Chester Bennington. Simon Cappy's another. He was in cahoots with all them too about that
I
time.
saw him do the video before they ripped it down, and this was all the stuff that I was seeing was killing me, because the minute I went to share it, it'd be gone. And that was where he was saying, I am not, but I have to tell you. Then he named names, and I mean, it was like, oh boy, oh boy.
Hey, Hawk. Hawk
Hey,
knows a lot of those people. I think.
Happens when you sell your soul, I guess.
Happens when they open their mouth. A lot of them got their pass into the big world up there by getting involved sort of in that shit, and it was too much for a lot of them. A lot of them got
Cappy was a B actor. They called him a B actor because he was always extras, or he's always, cameo little parts. And he hung out with him, and he actually showed paintings. And I mean, that was the wildest video I think I've ever watched.
Seth Green was one of his best friends, and then he found it. He's at some party or something over at his house for the holidays, and he was leaning on a bookcase or something to that order, and this little bookcase room opened up, and he called that a party room for kids.
Unbelievable.
And not long after he started talking about all that shit's when he started doing weird videos about being threatened and people watching him and seeing people around his house.
Chicken room.
He's like, I want to let everybody know that I won't kill myself. I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, how many people have said that now?
Yeah, and most of them hang themselves from a doorknob.
Or they get thrown against a railing or something going downstairs and break a hip when they supposedly just fell down the stairs. Yeah, there's all this or diving out a window. That's a pretty popular one too. Usually if they lose a lot of money or lose a job, they hop out windows.
Oh my goodness. Okay, don't use artificial tears. Esri Care artificial tears.
I had an experience with eye drops about 2 weeks ago that I will never use eye drops again. I don't know what was being put in my eyes, but it looked like little tiny flashes of metal.
Yeah, they put some kind of steroidal shit in them, and it's got fibers and shit in it.
Yeah, I saw it. Like my eyes lit up like stars, and I go, "What the heck is that?" It was just like a Visine, like get the red out thing. And I've used it before hundreds of times. And I put that stuff in my eyes, and I go, "What did I just do? Did I just put like metal in my eyes, or what?"
Yep, Black Watch. I remember that.
Hey, Garrett.
Hey, Garrett. Hey, Hawk. I was showing off my jar, my mason jar of stuff.
He was
Oh,
shaking it, shaking.
Even though it's sealed, the alcohol seems to be missing out of it. I think it's vaporizing. And every time I open it, some of the alcohol comes out because it'll reek the room up for a while.
little Garrett. He's going to be in Houston.
I haven't seen Garrett in a couple days. Good to see you again.
Driving or flying? Flying. Don't go to Houston. I can't believe that made the #1 city in the United States of being the dirtiest. That just blew me away.
Being the dirtiest? When I went there in the 90s, it was gorgeous, and it was all these private communities with big walls and gates.
Well, it's changed drastically because that's the hub. San Antonio and Houston were on that list. It was the top 10 dirtiest cities in the United States. Houston was #1. San Antonio, I think, was like around 7, but that's the path. That's where they're going through. I'm surprised they didn't put El Paso, actually, but the closest I have been to Houston voluntarily was it's called Oak something. It's outside of Houston. Whoops, there went Deb. And it wasn't so bad out there, but it's like all the flooding goes straight to Houston. Everything goes straight to Houston.
That's
It's like
the sewer
a
drain.
hole. Yeah,
It's like sewer drain, ain't it? Like New Orleans.
there you go. That's it. I keep saying it's the pit hole of the earth, but yeah, a drain. Is New Orleans like that? I've never been there.
You seen how it was through when they had the hurricane and the
Yeah,
all nasty and
yeah.
it just
Uh-huh.
brought with the light.
Her battery died. It's okay, hon. I'm fixing to close up pretty soon. Where have all of y'all been? Eric, Garrett.
They were at the party.
Yeah, there's a party somewhere I didn't know about. You tell her, Garrett. All right, y'all. I'm going to close it up. Thank y'all all so much for coming by. And thank you, Chat, for the good talk. And thank you, Debs, for the good talk. Bands and bars. And we always end up old times.
Damn, I got a bunch of comments on something. I don't even know what it was on.
Huh.
Must have been something I put on my wall. I was just looking and I got.
Well, y'all have a good night. God bless you. Love you. Please stay safe. Stay warm.
Good night, everybody. Much love.
Benjamin, email me if you need anything. See y'all around. Good night.
Good night.